All right. We are finally live with the last part of Ace Attorney Investigations. We're going to get right into it. I was hoping to power through it last time. Ended up being a little bit long. But we'll go ahead and get it done this time. Not much to talk about before the stream. I will say one thing. I have a new pop filter on my Blue Yeti microphone. I used to use a little screen thing that would sit there and hover in front of the microphone. Hey, I'm Taz, how you doing? But now I've got one that actually covers the mic. It makes it look like a big black marshmallow. So the only reason I wanted to do that... Oh, hang on a second. I have echo in my ear now. Well, let me get rid of this. I actually need to make sure I cut down on a whole bunch of stuff running, because last time, if you were here, you know that we had a few hiccups. I will say that. The last time that we streamed, the playback had a little bit of stutter, a little bit of buffering, and even now I'm getting a little bit of that right now. I'm not sure why. The Wednesday stream was fine, so I don't know what the big deal is. But I'm going to see if I can clear that out. I can already see it's kind of buffering on the playback side there, so I'm going to see if I can get that straightened out. Alright, come on. But as I was just saying, I've got a new pop filter on my microphone, so now it's kind of, well, the reason I did it, the main reason I did it, is because in addition to the hypnosis videos, I thought I'd maybe try a few little ASMR type things. So now I can kind of stroke the microphone here and see if I can get some warm fuzzy feelings going with the ASMR, but we'll worry about that later. That's streams for another time. But I will go ahead and get this started up one more time, because I think we're good to go. No, we're not good. Oh, there we go. We're not good to go, but we're better to go. Okay, so yes, we're good. All right. I'm going to hope that things get straightened out and things are running a little bit better. Things are looking okay. Whoops. Let's get over to the right game. We are not playing Terraria. Oh, another thing, for those of you who were here for the last stream, I have 1 health. Because of one of the segments that is absolute BS, and I still insist that I was right. Because we showed a photo that the victim was shot in the back, which was inconsistent with the story that was getting told, where he was trying to take the gun and was shot doing it. I led with the autopsy report. The autopsy report, I'm pretty sure, said he was shot in the back, so I don't know why that didn't qualify, but regardless, we are like a hair from death, so I hope we do well. But we shall see. Hopefully the chat window is reasonable as well. That was a little bit off on Monday, but you know what? We'll deal with it. I haven't had a chance to address that yet. Now I gotta figure all these voices again. Here we go. Who's up here? Hey, Gina. Gina, how you holding up? Gotta stay hydrated, too. Voice acting for 4 hours, lots of fun. Oi, can you get my name? Can you get my voice right this time? Nope, definitely not. I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Yeah, this is just how she shows affection, Rio. Get used to it. Diddy, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? I can't tell you because I'm not saying anything. What's the point, eh? I'll go through all the trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Which picture do you think? Ah, you mean this? The photo taken by Holmesy's red-headed recorder? Bit damning, must say. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who's seen that's going to think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. I'm stubborn like that. Genie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Yeah, about time we heard about that. Come on. Eh? Ryu's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Come on, Gina, just cooperate. Alright then. Just give me a chance to practice your voice and figure it out again, because I keep forgetting it after 3 days. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we'd all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Horace's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Holmes doesn't like. Something why he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. Hang on a second. I gotta process this sentence. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug. Sticking it in lug. That must be a slang for pawning. Anyway. Hey, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? What was he doing there in the middle of the night? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there, so I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. So you didn't nearly die because Winterbank couldn't shoot you. Oh, there's a girl who was here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Hey, you got it here. I did Holmes leave a load of paper. Oh, no, wait. That's not Gina. Did Holmes leave a load of papers with you? The story. I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If I see her, I want to see it. I don't think he would have necessarily said the title of it. Oh, you're fighting the golem now, Taz? Well, good luck with him. He's a little tricky, but he's not too hard. Especially not for range. I'm sorry, young lady, but I should have died than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. This guy is dedicated to his work. Literally waving a gun in his face. It's like, nope, kill me. I didn't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Oh, that's different. I'll happily betray my customers for that. I want to know if Holmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? You can have it, just stop pointing it at me. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. Well, you fight Golem to unlock really the last boss. Yeah, or the cultist if you want to consider him a boss. It was there alright. The mantle script. I'm just going to keep calling it a mantle script, even though that's not what it's called. Holmes wasn't lying after all. You did all that. Oh, you did all that just to check for me, Guinea? Anyway, and there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Oh, no, wait. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Wrong voice. MTaz, if you're anywhere near Golem, you should have fought all the mechanical bosses already, because you can't even make progress in the jungle without fighting the mechanical boss, because you need to kill them, or all of them, because you need to fight them to unlock Plantera, which unlocks the temple. If you haven't killed all the mechanical bosses, kill them first. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Could I please have my gun back for this? Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. You busted the lock anyway, who cares? I better go and take care of it. Yeah, could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? Not sure what I would do. Maybe someone pawned a gun, I'll go look for that. Hit him over the head with Holmes's violin. So I was just about to go to the storeroom myself when... Oh, never mind, stay in here. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was... right at my feet, lying face down on the ground. Lying face down on the floor. No, inside is the ground, outside is the floor. That's what we learned earlier. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. I could take him. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank, he was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. A little more than I'm used to here. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out. Yep. That's what passing out feels like, yep. If I hadn't done what I did, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All I said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Ryu's about to put the real culprit through the mill. We don't even know who that is yet. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Eggs Benedict. Did we hear his real name yet? I don't think we did, even though one of the jurors seems to know him. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. Like he was a JoJo character, and I was just a side story character. I was just some 2-issue, antagonist. We don't really know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thanks for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You won't? Why would we not? Don't be surprised at literally everything. You can leave it all in Ryu's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. I'm not very good at Japanese, am I? Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgot what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you all pack of lies. And you got the bug trotter off with it, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. That sucked. Oh, just checking. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that arrow judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying again? You could be working to get another killer off Doc for you know? I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. They always are in these games. Wouldn't be interesting otherwise. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, really? But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. What's the Japanese music playing in the old Great Bailey? What's going on? Ryu, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. Right there in the middle of the courtroom. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, where's that breeze coming from? No, really, this is getting to me. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he loved swinging his arm around, that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. Boy, he really does talk with his hands, doesn't he? And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You're right there, you know. I'll just keep believing that you're, real and stuff. That's what I mean by it. I'm just not going to let you know that. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Even though you lied to us constantly. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Oh, Mr. Naruto, I feel better not getting accents right, knowing that the characters can't even get the accents right. That's great. I knew you were going to do that animation. I knew it was coming. Oi, Defendant Gina Lestrade, no legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Get your asses in there. Yeah, of course, thank you. We're on our way. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle, the final stream, and then we get to the next game. And then I get to get lied to all over again. Wish me luck, Suzato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Another to be continued. No, not another to be continued. Of course not. I wonder if I get a little bit of health back. I don't think I do. We're probably going to have a game over one of these sessions, like sometime in this session, and I really hope it doesn't set us too far back. How come the old bastard's still on guilty? Didn't you hear everyone else vote otherwise? What? I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Ho, ho, ho. Lord Van Zeeks, have you sobered up since your break? Because I know you've been drinking. The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. That's the third time that word's come up. I really hope I'm saying it right. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Well, they didn't know about it. MTAS, you can craft the mechanical summon consumables. Oh, no, wait. Can you? I think you can. Yeah, you only need Souls of Light and Souls of Night, and then a few other minor items. I think iron bars, and then bones and lenses and stuff. So if you really want the mechanical bosses to fight them, you can actually just make them come to you. But look that up on the wiki. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. I mean, I'm pretty sure that bullet was pretty visible in that pouch if you just look at it from the right angle. It's not like it was super covered or anything. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, we're going to throw that out. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my court. I don't care if the blood turns green or purple or whatever. It's a big mistake to cross Holmesy and me. Very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Well, why did we have that hullabaloo? Just have him be here. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggs Benedict. We literally ordered Eggs Benedict, and now it's arrived. We got fish and chips, we got apples, we got pears, we got Eggs Benedict. Man, Skip the Dishes is awesome. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. I'm just double checking how the stream is looking. The last stream was okay in some parts and not okay in other parts. At least the audio turned out alright, but things are still okay on this end, so I'm not too sure what else I can do to improve things. Blaster Master streamed fine. Something about this game, something just don't like, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm actually going to kill my browser on this computer completely just to see if that makes the slightest bit of difference. We'll see. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London's society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Let's not go quite as low as Van Zeek's, but also not my normal speaking voice. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Oh, he's going to give his actual name. That was easy enough. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. So not Eggs Benedict. Yeah, there she is. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. I've been told literally nothing. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Okay, well, I was told something, yes. Okay, I admit it. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question? That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. But I get time off work, so why not? Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. So we're just going to stop calling him Eggs Benedict completely. Wait a minute, the Skip the Dishes guy got my order wrong. I ordered Eggs Benedict and I got the Ashley Graydon. That's, never mind. Skip, 1 star. 1 star. Hey, dinner and a show. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. That sounded like a bit of a delay in the song, but alright. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Ah, that evidence has been thrown out. Screw you. Such scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That's almost exactly what Van Ziek said before the break. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? Well, duh. I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. Nobody here is taking me seriously. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld, no matter what. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. I'm not just going to insult Iris, I'm going to insult all you bastards. Oh, by golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. I feel like I'm seeing a little less buffering. Hopefully this is coming through reasonably well, but we'll see. Oh, I see you finished the one old army. Good job. Oh, that's that bonus event with the defenders, whatever, yeah. I can't see the chat easily anymore because I had to close that window, but good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Grayson any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. I'm going to see if I can play with the chat a little bit more. This is guaranteed to break something, but whatever. I'm just going to do what I did before. Good enough. Definitely not good enough, but we'll let it ride. I don't have time to figure out the values. Proceed with the cross-examination. Will do. Quit playing with your text chat. So we meet again, Mr. Eggs Benedict. My name is Ashley Eggs Benedict. I'm just going to call you Eggs Benedict from now on. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Oh, he doesn't even remember us. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. Eggs Benedict is a stand name. So... Ah! Oh, hey. I forgot to do that. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. I'm not the bellboy. I'm not the hat valet. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Such scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Iris, how insulted are you getting by all this? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Ryu? Can I go over and punch him? I think he has no intention of telling us anything, so I can punch him. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Holmesy, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. I need to think of a way to get more information out of this man somehow. Also, Holmes just loves the sound of his voice, so it's not the same thing. But compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child. Oh, perhaps the Skulkin brothers might be the key here. Oh yeah, they're stupid. I should pursue them sometime when the dude is talking. Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. I know, I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again to see if there's any way I can make one of them tell us more. Time to pursue a Skulkin. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Hold it!
Hold it. And by hold it, by it, I mean your hat. Yeah, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Even though you don't remember. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Oh, you. I remember you now. You suck. It was Mr. Eggs Benedict, I believe.
Objection!
Tell me what made you... Hey, wait a minute. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Yeah, but... He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. He was there that day. I saw him. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? High dodge stats in an effort not to give away anything, so that's his idea. That's his build, huh? This could be tricky. I've got like 0 precision. I just brute force everything. Oh, I do have all my health back. I just noticed that now. Happy day. Alright, well, maybe we won't game over. I get to try crazy things again. Yay! But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. Or skip the dishes employees. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggs Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? I was going to say, technically it was Iris, the young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Oh, so you're a racist too, huh? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
We got nothing to present, so we're just going to keep pressing his ass. Where were you at about 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. All of a sudden, they're just not interested. They're just like looking away. You're able to prove that? How would I prove that? I was sleeping.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. My favorite phrase, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Oh, so now we're doing the whole burden lies with you sort of thing. You can assert whatever you want, and I have to prove it, but when I assert something, it's on me too. Oh, okay, I see how it is. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. I'm just going to practice my dance moves. A silent victory wiggle. Is that what that was? A silent victory wiggle. I need a silent victory wiggle. Anytime something just goes my way, I do a little victory jig. Something to workshop later. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Holmes's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. That's inadmissible, shut up. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I don't know, do you have eggs running through your veins? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. We threw this evidence out. Stop talking. Mr. Holmes's chemical is able to differentiate different bloods. Yep. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Holmes character anyway? I don't read magazines. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned, let's use the word renowned. Yeah, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Hey, listen, he's okay. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What? What's up, buddy? Excuse me. Are you a Holmes fan? Are you part of the fandom like Suzuto? Do you have something to add about that, Mr. Skulkin? Still bothered by the misters don't have periods. Yeah, what? Me? See? You get confused when you just say Mr. Don't do that. No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. The other Mr. Skulkin. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I gotta tell you? Yeah, I know. You're not big bro Skulky. Third time's a charm. Can I just throw something at the one I want to talk to? Mr. Nash Skulkin. He's just charging in the corner. Oh. Cold blind me, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? It's such a rare occasion, I figured we just seized the opportunity to talk about it. Would you care to share that thought with the class? My thoughts? I don't have none of those. That must have been him. You what? You're just making a case for me. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh, you mouthy bastard. What wound? What wound? Well, it took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and, is there maybe a second thought that's occurring to you right now, possibly related to the first thought? Maybe another thought going through your head? Oh, Els Bells! Oh, yeah, I love that song. Vegeta's the best. That's a good second thought. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? I'm going to kill someone else now. Excuse me a moment. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? No, I wasn't talking to you. I was just swearing. My God. I have no idea who these two wretches are talking about. I'm certainly not holding my arm because that's where I was shot. And I shouldn't be expected to answer anything related to their mindless insinuations. Seriously though, my lord. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. I guess we do know that, even without the chemical composition. So just shut up, Zeeks, because I see you thinking it. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Nice story, not saying anything. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. As if to tell the entire court, here's where I was shot. No. I refuse. I played the first game. I saw Von Karma do this. I'm just going to say no. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. I'm just worried about your arm, dude, honest. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. You know, they're technically still on the stand. We're just going to ignore that they literally gave testimony that you've been shot. We're just going to let that slide. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Except we saw you there. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, now I'm just going to start swearing because this is off the chain. The defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. I knew that was going to lead to something. Very well, counsel. That's still looking kind of buffery on the side there. I hope that works better in playback, because again, I don't know what it is about this game. It seems to be streaming fine. Something to fiddle with later, but come on. Whoops. Come on. Okay. Hopefully you guys are at least hearing this well. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Alright, here we go. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery establishment where the man was killed. Okay, well, why'd you word it like that? Because I'm clearly going to push you on that one. Do I even... First of all, let's see. I'm obviously going to present on this. Let's see. There's no names on these, so whatever. A name's not going to matter. Because we didn't even know his name up until just now. A picture would be nice. Oh wait, do we have the picture of him? I thought we did. I should be able to present this, because he was after this. Like, that was the thing we saw him with. I just know the game's going to be picky again. I'll present my armband. Alright. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's go ahead and press this.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. Ah, okay, so that's not what we're pushing on. Good thing I didn't present anything. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my studies.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hello. Hey, Thumb, how's it going?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Oh yeah, he was there. He would have seen Eggs. Not only did he see Eggs Benedict, he walked off with them because they had to interrogate him and stuff. You remember that, buddy? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Yeah? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you have to, you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Oh yeah, I maybe should have expected him to say that.
Greggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Holmesy installed in Windibank's.
Yeah, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Yeah, that's the picture I was looking for. That's not, we don't have that. This is the blank one, isn't it? Yeah, the blank and then the Gina. Yeah, that was never ever entered in evidence. You bastard. I knew we saw this. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point... Oh, wrong voice. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. I have nothing to add. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? What's going on? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? That didn't add anything. Am I going to have to repress a bunch of stuff? What do you think, Ryu? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. I also think I'm repeating myself, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip through this. That's perfectly understandable. We don't want to waste time now, do we? Wait, oh, no. I have new things to say, Iris. I managed to freeze a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers being idiots. Yes, they were the key to it after all. We better keep them on the stand, because they're going to be really useful idiots, I think. So he says he has nothing to do with Windibanks. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know, a tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Okay, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Okay, let's see if anything changed. I saw you, Ringo. You were looking straight ahead, and then you were like, what? Naturally, blah, blah, blah. But are you seriously suggesting? I have no intention. Oh, we actually deleted a statement. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. See, I can't just present whatever. This is the cat, right? Yeah. Date deposited, 1 small box, 10 shillings, blah, blah, blah. Redemption deadline, date deposited. Wait a minute. Double check real quick. Oh, what's this thing? Oh, that could be his signature, because that's an A squiggle and a G squiggle. Because we've still not accounted for this 1 small box thing. What do you got on you? I don't see a little symbol thing. Show me your cane again. I bet it's got that little decoration on it. Alright, let's take... Can we look at this? Oh, come on. There was a signature on it. You better mention that. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly with still. Maybe he ran out of paper, blah, blah, blah. Oh, what? Clearly. Oh, you sons of bitches. Alright, I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket, because that could be it. That's not gonna matter. None. Oh, well, we're just gonna say it's him anyway. This is not gonna be admissible. If this is what counts, I'm gonna be a little bit steamed, because the judge said, nope, shut up. Which would incline me not to present it as evidence. Oh, okay, so maybe this is the symbol of the other thingamadoodle. The pawnbroker shop, because this is a different signature. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be Windibank's signature or the signature of the person dropping it off, but it really does look like... Oh, no, maybe it could be. It's kind of samey. It's just a squiggle. I don't think this is going to matter. Even if I can inspect that for stuff, it's got nothing to do with this. There might be some stuff in here that's going to be relevant, but nothing at the moment. Well, your notes are a little too succinct there. I don't think... We'll come back to that. I don't think that's very promising. Reporting parties, blah, blah, blah. La, na, nothing to do with the dude. That's not going to help. 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 None of these things are remotely helpful. This wouldn't do anything. The only thing that's got to do to him here is the fact that Gene is wearing his coat. Nothing useful here. Or is this, like, because we got this. This didn't really add anything, I don't think. Yeah, that didn't add anything. I didn't think so. Sound probably from his fingertip, yeah. Mr. Eggs Benedict. Yeah, last time we painted this is different dialogue. The lesson is don't snatch things. The lesson is no new changes. This is not going to matter. Whoops, no, I didn't want to do that. Actually, just real quick, if I had just angled like this, I would have seen the bullet just quite clearly. Yeah, you inspectors are blind. What about this boyo? Wouldn't have it have any convenient initials on it, would it? This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers gun. Okay, so that would be relatively irrelevant. Probably not going to add anything.
Helmsy's always lucky like that.
I don't know. He had to be operated on by juror number 4. I don't think he could be that lucky. Things look like they're streaming smoother now, which is nice. You can now craft the mechanical skull and eye. Well, excellent. There, see? Told you. Yeah, you can just go ahead and kill them whenever. They're going to be a little harder than the Destroyer, but not much. Destroyer's the easy mechanical boss. Maybe this isn't the one I press? Iris told me to look at the court record. I have a feeling I needed to press Gregson, though. What if I go all the way through?
Hold it!
Let's just do this again and not press on Gregson and just see what happens, just for fun. You forget that I was there. Blah, blah, blah.
Is that right?
Is that right? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry? You must be confusing me with someone else. Someone else who dances like this. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket. They're just telling me flat out I can't use it. That won't get you anywhere, Ryu. Iris, what do you mean?
Mr. Winterbank never wrote the names of his customers on the redemption tickets, so you can't prove the ticket was his.
Of course she's right.
I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, you'll never admit to being there.
Irrefutable evidence? Is that just going to skip back to... Yeah, it's going to skip back to this. I've definitely seen the text this time, Iris. Sorry. Alright, well, now I'm a little bit stumped, because it seems like this would be the statement. No, not that. But they specifically said redemption tickets aren't going to do it, so what the hell else ties him there? It's got to be irrefutable. It can't just be something, you know, wishy-washy. Some bluff. That has nothing to do with them. I guess that stamp is the pawnbroker's then. Just writing things down on cat pictures here. Nothing to do with. Nothing to do with. Is there something in here? Now, let's try inspecting this. check out the paper. Oh, no. Oh, I think we, yeah, we did do this. I remember the alliteration. Yes, Gene is going to save the planet. I wish it would give me a little check mark over things I've already inspected. Okay, it's not different for the picture. I'm not expecting anything great from this, but like I said, I'm a little stumped. Let's just check this out, because I haven't touched it yet, I don't think. Ministry Mole. I can't remember if I actually looked at this. I think I did, but it didn't change anything. Yeah, I did look at that, and it didn't change anything. Oh, bugger me. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. No. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. But we mean specifically either that he was there at the time or that he was there to redeem something. But we can't use the redemption tickets to prove that. Is it this? I mean, I know I looked at it, but there's no, it doesn't, you can just deny it. You can just say, nope, I don't care about that. What are you talking about? All right, I didn't get anything. Did I not press this? I can't remember. Because I might have skipped right to the new statement. Yeah, this is new dialogue. Okay, let's check this out. Let's see what happens. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, I might have some personal experience with the, opposite of that. Uh-oh, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Oh, quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. Ah, we're touching on this. Maybe it will become relevant. My work there is of paramount importance. You're not wearing your hat, sir. Stop doing the JoJo pose. And you have kept me from it for long enough. So that's all I'm getting from that. That was new, though. I have no intention of admitting. Is that going to be a thing? Do I want to... whoops. I want to repress this and see if there's...
Hold it!
Things beyond, although I doubt. Where were you at about 1 in the morning? Oh yeah, this is all this. And of course Van Zeeks is going to say that you're the one, the burden of proof is on you, my Nipponese friend. Yeah. If you have been shot in your arm, you should really be opening up with those dance moves. Well, that was the silent wiggle. Oh, the statement that was deleted must be the one that I got rid of there. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. The only thing I can think of is the music box disc, but I don't really understand how I'm going to tie this to him without... Like, do they have blood testing in this century? I don't think we've had to resort to it yet. There's no evidence that it exists, and there's nothing on here that... And even Gregson is like, oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. God, those are pointy. But nothing else here fits. No. Redemption tickets aren't going to work. No. Like, this is the only thing I got. Well, we have full health, so we'll give this a bash, but I'm not sure how we're going to connect these dots.
Objection!
Oh, that was it? How? This should be interesting. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Exactly. He's just going to deny it. How are we going to prove this? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, what happened to this again? Wasn't this... I can't remember how this was entered into evidence. I'm pretty sure the police had this. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Yeah, he's just going to keep saying no. How do we get past the no? How do we get past the no you? How do we get past the Uno reverse card that he's just got 12 of? As I have reiterated numerous times now, even as Psy'Min is pointing this out, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc, so I guess maybe we do have blood testing on this century, because otherwise this isn't going to mean a whole lot. Oh, or is it a finger? Did he leave a fingerprint? That wasn't commented on, so I assumed not the case. Also, he wears gloves, so why am I even looking at this? Of course he didn't leave a fingerprint. I made jokes, I think, at the point that it cut through his glove. You better not say fingerprint. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Do we get to look at your thumb? Is that how we're going to string this together? He's already told us he's not going to let us examine his person. So while the disc bears the remains of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. If I wouldn't let you look at my arm, I'm not letting you look at my thumb. Go away. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? And I'm not talking about Gregson, I'm talking about your actual thumb. Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. Oh, you're just going to give in just like that, huh? I figured you'd just be obstinate and just say, like, no, you're right. You're absolutely correct. I'm not going to let you examine my thumb. Go fuck yourself. Why didn't you say that? What is the meaning of this? Why didn't you say what Psy'Min said? I would have let it go. So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc? You could be going home right now, buddy, but you relented, and now you're just, yeah. I'm depressed that was the answer, but okay. At least it didn't ding me health for a bunch of wrong stuff. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Ah, here we go. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? You just claimed that you weren't there to claim an item. You said you weren't there to redeem anything. So there's a crime in lying about that on the stand. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Why did you say anything? Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Well, you're a big dumb. I had to take a drink after that one. Well, that only worked because he let it work. So, yeah. Let's see how this one goes. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me, because I just say so. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article, even though I just said I wasn't there to redeem an article. Now I'm saying I was there to redeem an article, and again, we're just going to let that slide. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Okay, so that's what I thought. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Fair point to him. If he did want the disc, it wasn't there anyway. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist. The famous bonfire. The famous charcoal briquet, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. So why was the note on there, Mr. Graydon? Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I wonder what his reasoning is for why his name was on his thing. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying, just like everyone lies here. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Yeah, good luck with the fights, MTAZ, if it's night. Make sure you buff up if you get a chance, but they're not too tricky. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. And that's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. There's a note. Hold it! Don't care about your note. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? No. As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. I can even afford an invisible hat. Only non-idiots can see it. Can you see it? Didn't think so. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. The one covered in blood, you claim that was your overcoat? It's not very fine right now. There's a huge rip in the shoulder. I don't know. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Don't their voices kind of sound the same to you, Ryu? Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh, dear. This is complicated, isn't it? One of those catch-22 things.
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Let's try not to implicate our client any further when trying to prove that she's innocent. Wait a minute, I object to this. Gina's innocent because she lied about it 2 months ago. That's the reason.
Just like that other dude was innocent of killing that first person because he actually shot the second person.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents.
Objection!
What does insalubrious mean? Miss Lestrade didn't know such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc, I'm just going to roll with a bunch of hearsay. Oh, no, wait, not letting it go.
My learned friend is a veritable font of hearsay. Not letting that fly.
Nonsense.
I concur with the prosecution. And Psy'Min. Quit being silly. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing like mad. Is that clear?
But conjecturing is kind of my thing.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my articles.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before?
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. Well, it's good you got max health, MTaz. I'm assuming that means like the 500 or whatever because you got the extra little heart fruity things from the jungle. That'll help. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say whatever he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on it.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Technically, we don't have anything that disproves any of this either. Well, okay, all we are doing is believing Gina, but whatever.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence.
Is that right?
What are you doing now? You barely even reacted. You just shifted. Like, that barely constitutes a reaction, but okay.
Excuse me!
I'm going to pursue you anyway, because game.
Is something wrong, Inspector? You crossed your arms.
Can a guy cross his arms?
That last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. You actually stopped eating fish and chips for like 3 seconds, and I was very concerned for your health and well-being.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave me alone. I'm just full, that's all.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? I'm just going to ask stuff about other cases, even though I was told not to do that.
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Now I'm curious, and I'm just going to play along. Mostly because I hate you. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
That wasn't the voice. I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? Whoa! That's enough. That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Now I'm going to start conjecturing things and leading you along. If my learned Nipponese friend can do it, so can I. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Why are you needling me? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What is he, a dog? Is he a char? What's all this about? Lord Strongheart has paws? It looks like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. I didn't add anything. Gladly, my lord. Or did it? In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. So... yeah, I'm pretty sure nothing actually changed there. Alright. Let's press U and see if there's a reason to press U. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh, okay. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelf was common or garden bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. But it wasn't there. He just said that. Have you not been listening, man? Even to Psy'Min, he gets it. Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Ryu, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. I'm really mad at him for discounting my blood testing thingy-majiggy. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the ticket. There's no doubt about it. We've heard this dialogue before. Why are you still reading it? Okay, fine. I'll just skip through it. Should I go through... Because nothing changed. I'm just going to go through this without the pursue and see what happens real quick. Because it happened like right off the bat, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
like that. That's what the inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. My disc, give it back. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard has indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Gregson's still just sitting there. I'm just going to keep ignoring you. I don't care if you cross your arms. I don't care if you're out of chips. You want to call Skip the dishes, that's on you. Not something I would be aware of. Oh, he stopped. Ah, it's arrived. I got my Skip the dishes. They're really quick today. Didn't know the man. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And flamboyant poses. How do you even get issues of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in England? Blah, 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 blah. This seems like the statement, like this is, hang on. Can't really refute that. That's been a story the whole time. Not much to refute on all that. This seems like the one to object to, but how? I mean, there is... What day is it today? Is it the 17th? If this was his, and it seems like it is because of his signature, which...
Oh yeah, it can't be a signature because we already said they don't put names on redemption tickets. So where did this come? Where did we even get this? Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim. Oh, it's just a ticket. We don't have data on it. That's lame. I know this one we got. No, Gina said this was in the jacket pocket, didn't she? We got this from her. So he might have had a reason to go in for this, but really, if there was something on the shelf, he could have just bought it. He could have just been like, hey, that's mine, I want it back. I don't care if it's been, not redeemed, I'll just pay for it. Because he was there. Or he could have just come back the next day. It could be that, but let's see. No reason to break in. That's not even a reason to break in, but we'll see if it ties in. You fought the other two mechanical bosses, but did you beat the other two mechanical bosses? That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. That's... yeah, that's different. Again, no reason to break in because neither the coat nor the disc would have been there. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. That's not relevant right now. No, 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 no. No. Whoops. No, no. No. If there is something to present, it's going to be... whoops. No, get out of here. That ticket. We're really reaching here when the game keeps saying that we're supposed to be presenting really solid evidence, but I don't really know of anything else, so let's risk it.
Objection!
Okay, that actually was it. Let's see what the story here is, because we don't know anything about the box. We just... yeah, that was just in Gina's coat. That's it. We have no idea what else has anything to do with anything. We just looked at the cat, and that was it. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. Yep, pretty much. Like I said, it's what I do. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. Yeah, I can say that too, my learned British friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Yeah, we need to string this together. And how would he know? Well, yeah, because if this was in the coat pocket and he never touched the coat pocket because it went straight in, because that's Magnus's coat, not his. How would he know what was in it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how this ties together, because I'm not sure. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. You see the victory wiggle. That's the you got me wiggle. Man, you're really bad at poker, aren't you? This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? Oh, you're just going to play along with me? Now you want to hear my conjecture? Okay, cool, let's go. The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. I don't believe that there are, but I'm going to say that there are because I just keep saying I believe things. This is absurd. I know, I was raised Catholic. It's not my fault. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it, like Psy'Min said.
there would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Didn't you mean Psy'Min says? Because that's the running gag. Also, that's a good point. No wonder Psy'Min says it.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, doesn't he?
Objection!
I don't know about that.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense. My lord. We're not saying my lord anymore to address the judge. We're just swearing because, good God, this case. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
Hell yeah, the other camera, let's go. Good gracious. I'm just going to keep bluffing to make you volunteer evidence that you could have shown earlier but didn't. And then make you regret it 2 minutes later. That's my strategy.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir. They're a little bit covered in grease from all my chips and fish, but you can still see them.
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. All of a sudden, we like Holmes's stuff when it works for us.
Ah, heard he's red-handed recorders again. God, I'm brilliant.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Also the door, kind of. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. Gilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise. Yeah, so like I thought, it had already been stuck out on the shelf for a couple of days. Ah, you did beat the mechanical bosses. Well, you gotta fight Plantera first. Good luck finding that, but yeah, Gollum after that. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items on the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
Don't you mean April 15th?
That's not how we say it here.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Time to cross your eyes again.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Can I have the stereoscope thing? Crossing my eyes hurts. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. Every single person at Scotland Yard went cross-eyed looking at these. We're going to see if we can earmark some budget for those stereoscope things later. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the odds conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Ah, but I haven't crossed my eyes yet. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box.
Victory wiggle.
I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Ryu? I've been thinking. Good, at least someone here has been. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. I mean, every time this comes up, we do the cross-eye thing. Nobody's done it yet. They're awfully quick to judge. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forth by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment.
Nothing was stolen,
But something was moved. And I wonder if you guys have seen it. This is a much bigger change than the last picture. The last picture was kind of BS, although I guess technically I did see it after I crossed my eyes long enough. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I mean, nothing was stolen, but I'm looking carefully, and there's definitely a discrepancy. I was gonna say, do we need to use the stereoscope? Because I keep imagining it's in our inventory for a reason. I was gonna say point out a discrepancy, but I think maybe we want to use that. I could go either way on these two. Let's try using the stereoscope, because I'm imagining it's in our inventory for a reason, or our court record for a reason. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. I haven't crossed my eyes yet, so I don't know. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Okay, so this was the right call, hopefully. I think we're on the right track. I'm not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between these two prints? The thing you used to look at two prints. What did you think?
Take that!
Take it right in your face. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
What? We get to do that again? Oh, goody goody. Oh, I knew I was going to talk. That's why I started talking before I started talking, because I knew I was just going to have a total fangasm over the fact that we're going to do this again. I love it. You've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? Let's just look at pictures cross-eyed all day. Juror number 3. What a surprise. Even Psy'Min called that. Come on, Ryu. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us.
This one's kind of obvious.
Now, look through the eyepiece.
As soon as this overlaps, it's going to be obvious. So before I do that,
you can play it along at home. What do you think is different? One of these things is not like the other.
Oh, wow. It's just going to highlight it straight up.
Yep.
Why couldn't you do that with the stuff on his desk?
I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What?
Nothing was stolen, but something sure was moved. Maybe what was inside was stolen, because it's a box, and that's what boxes are for.
Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy. Really? Really, Judge? Really? Really? 99% of this is blurred out. Something is literally glowing and you need me to point it out?
Take that!
Might be that. Could be. Possibly.
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What? Uh-oh. Is this literally the first time we've seen all caps? Like, Gregson is pissed. Why is he pissed? What does he care about this? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Maybe he's just mad that we're calling him out on being incompetent.
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, dun 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 dun, ding, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Just like the small box was what the redemption ticket was for.
Still refusing to cross my eyes. Hey, this is actually kind of cool. Where can I get one of these? As long as I can look classy while I do it and not stupid like the judge right now, it's okay.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in these photographic prints. Again, total conjecture.
Mindless guesswork.
Exactly. I'm with Van Zeeks on this one. Surprisingly often.
Maybe it's just because I like the cut of his jib. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen.
What about what was in the box, jackass?
Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
I mean, that may be true, but maybe it's not. I mean, a box wasn't stolen, but it doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I'm going to say it changes everything. Because it probably did. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Yeah, that makes sense. What are you suggesting as I do my JoJo pose? You're not just... no, nothing. I don't like what I'm hearing right now. I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibank's as we speak. Watch, they've just gathered everything into evidence. That won't be... Really? Really? You're like Hosonaga. You just grabbed everything that wasn't nailed down and just threw it in the back of a truck. Oh, no, mate. I take it back. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. I mean, his name's on the disc. He's tied in somehow. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Yeah, this is worth looking at. It moved during the burglary. It's you know. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back for further examination. Oh, I just bumped it. And now we have a staring contest. First person who blinks loses. That's not how courts work. It is in my court, bitch. We should have a report within half an hour. Damn. Anybody for some more skip the dishes? I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Dude, you get to have another nap. Quit your complaining. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. Hey, I'm not the one that keeps bringing smoke grenades in here. This is you guys. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Maybe not value enough to you. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. I can't tell if I'm being complimented or made fun of. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I'm just going to scroll this up because I can. Yay. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. I said that line kind of funny, but you get it. Yeah, just because it wasn't, monetarily valuable doesn't mean it wasn't important in some other way, guys. It didn't have some hidden value. Someone touched it for a reason. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. And get me some more drink. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. I don't know. That's why we're going to go get it. I'm just bluffing, man. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Hell no! Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way, tangible way, related to this case? Well, no, probably not. Am I getting another multiple choice? What's the matter, Ryu? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Do we know that? If Iris says it's true, it's probably true, because she's still the smartest one in the room, but I ain't got a clue. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. I'm just going to lie to look good in front of the 10-year-old, but anyway, we know Mr. McGilden's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. Who cares? He's dead. That the defense's argument was flawed based on false information. Oh, no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. So we're just going to hide that information. But Jenny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Because he's the second smartest person in this room by far. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. MTAS, you can't easily find those flowers. You're just going to have to look and pray. That's just kind of how it is. Sorry. It's glowing, so when you see it, you see it. But if you don't see it, you don't see it. And you're just going to have to keep looking. It's pretty easy to see, though. It's a little pink flower that's several blocks tall and wide and glowing fairly obviously. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Ryu? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Oh, so we're just gonna bite the bullet on this one? Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilden deposited in with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well, I'm going to keep doing what Iris says to do, because she's still the smartest one here. She's kind of got a point. And if she doesn't testify, nothing happens. Let's give this a shot. I've still got lots of health, so if I make a mistake, I'm kind of okay. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. Boy, this witness stand's getting kind of crowded. That's going to be like 5 people. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It'll provide the significance of the articles in question once and for all, or prove the significance. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. Also, Van Zeeks knows that this is important, and I don't want to lie in front of him because he's going to call me out on it, so we might as well just do it. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. Oh yeah, he definitely knows. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. Yeah, I thought about that. Not super happy about it, but we're going to do it anyway. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? Never mind, I want to stay the second smartest person in the room. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. I love this idea. Let's do it. Admit your perjury. Get on with it. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Okay, so it's not going to get that crowded. Your hat's still invisible, dude. Then I shall bid you good day. No, you're sticking around. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. We need someone to pursue. As you wish. Is it just him and her? No Gregson? All right, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Ryu. You're going to need it. Is that a continued? Nope, it's not to be continued. Hey, how's it going? The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Again, conjecture time. Here I go. Yes, and remember this young lady being brought before me in that. I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant by lying. What are you doing? Wait a minute, what's going on here? I don't like this. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. We had s'mores, it was great. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. Except for the dead guy. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Yeah, I'm just going to keep breathing, because this might go bad for me, but we'll see. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Except for the other person in the carriage, Gina, who's right there. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place at above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight in the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. Also us examining the omnibus after you tampered with it. Good job! At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. How that actually works, I'm not sure, because it's pretty obvious when she comes out, but you know, whatever. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. I think we might actually have a few jury members who were there. Yeah, the woman, number 5, she was there. Who else was there? The maid was there, I think. Was the maid there or was the maid there? Yeah, the maid was there. Yeah, both the girls were there. I can't remember if anyone else was there. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? Again, you sure this is a good idea? I don't know what you mean. I was completely honest back then, I swear. I didn't tell a single lie. I already said all I want to know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? What? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. That you reveal your perjury. Don't worry. People that perjure themselves on the witness stand get away with it all the time, like in every trial. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Yeah, that's the part I don't like. I really don't want to be here. I hate it here. And naturally you will lose all credibility as a witness. Well, hang on a second. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. You got a point. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Ryu now. Iris, we're on your side. All right then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, that remains to be seen. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I mean, we could just wait for the disc and everyone, go out for skip the dishes again, but we'll do this. Even the judge is like, why are we doing this? Look, it's a game, just roll with it. But these things, we need to hear about them, so let's do them. Come on, Gina, cooperate, please. So now you will give your testimony you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements, and indeed most of the things that happen in this courtroom.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Why are we doing this again? I've actually forgotten. Genuinely. The real truth of the omnibus. Well, let's find out if it's the real truth. Because if it is, we'll have some things to say about it before the cross-examination.
Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Oh, this is new.
The disc was on the floor. Wait, what? All of a sudden, I had a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing of knowing about what I'd seen or heard.
Boy, that's a different story than we heard. This is like hearing Joker tell his origin tale. It's just different every time he does it.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Doesn't really resemble what I heard either, but hey.
As you say, my lord. Again, not addressing the judge, just God in general.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
Hey, I just learned about this stuff a couple of days ago. Don't look at me. It was all wise. Can we just remember... Oh, never mind.
You're wrong, that lawyer. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free!
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. 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 Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. I'm just going to keep digging this hole, and hopefully we find some gold, and if not, well, at least I got a handy grave, because the true significance of McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Here's a shovel. Go nuts.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Press all the things. It's probably not even going to do anything. It's just going to progress after I've pressed everything, right? Because we don't actually want to disprove any of this.
Truth is, our brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
Oh, I forgot to review. Oh, well.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? We're at 2 hours already. Damn. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know.
Well, in here I'm talking a lot. Actually, speaking of talking a lot, what the hell's going on over here? I'm not seeing a pursue thing. I just noticed Eggs Benedict is kind of giving us the shoulder, and all of a sudden, what the... Is this like a hidden thing? I really feel like I shouldn't be letting this slide. I'm not getting the little bubble, but I'm feeling like I need to give you guys a smack.
Excuse me.
Guys, could you like pay attention here? Is there something like you'd like to share with the court there, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Guys? Oh! 360 no scope, caps lock. Boom! Chips everywhere.
Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? Well, this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina.
Were they literally talking the entire time? I only just noticed when I pressed them just now.
It's as if they've been negotiating. What have they been negotiating?
I noticed too, I just didn't want to say anything. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony.
Ah, yes, sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about?
Miss Lestrade.
Whoops, wrong voice. Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
Do I want to press that and then go through? Whoops. All right, we'll just review real quick. Actually, let's back that up and go through with the voice.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Again, first we're hearing of that.
All of a sudden, I had a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Are we going to comment on that little discussion?
Well done, Gina. It couldn't have been easy to tell the truth like that. What was that about the disc being on the floor? Didn't hear about that earlier. Ginny's really put a faith in you, Ryu.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over.
So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Again, I'm just the guide. I'm the wiki. Just do what I say and you'll win. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
Let's go through this again proper.
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you?
If I remember rightly, can I skip through most of this? Okay. Eggs Benedict is still looking at me. False testimony.
Still looking at you. Were Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances?
I'm still looking at you.
But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about?
Oh, wait, so we're into new dialogue here. Okay, but he's not turned around. He's not turned his back. We're not triggering the event again. Okay, that's weird. I'm guessing, well, I don't know. Maybe I had to do that, but they're not giving me the indicators anymore because now we're in final trial territory.
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I had a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. People kneeling on the floor sounds blooming loud, apparently.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. That was supposed to be from a thud.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Okay, they didn't turn around that time again. Are they going to do anything on the other statements? Let's just press everything like Iris said. That's the strategy. Iris, what are we doing?
Press everything. Okay, doing it. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Please elaborate on that, because that seems like new information.
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right there next to the cove lying on the floor. The dead bloke. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know.
McGill had pricked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked about me being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Kinda hard not to, there was glass right there. That's right. First there was kind of a rapid noise. Like someone was sort of beatboxing up above. All of a sudden, I had a scream from over my head, over top of the beatboxing, which I was kind of starting to enjoy, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Whoops. And then he skipped my text. That was kind of rude, but then he went back and pressed it.
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. Ladies First. Sound like real gentlemen.
That's right. I must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Not even going to be subtle about that. You know, the corpse, the dead guy. When I screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Don't you just love all this English slang, blimey, core. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Yeah, Beppo or whatever. Yeah, a fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves, who was always cold and not terribly honest.
What did McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. Oh, that guy with the knife, he was dead when I got here. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
Still looking straight at you.
That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Everyone gives false testimony in all of these trials, dude. We've done like 3 of these. Have you called someone who's not, like, anyone to the stand who hasn't been a lying rat? Including Gregson, because he lied about the disc earlier.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
That driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. And the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. God, I'm just making up words at this point, ain't I? He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threaten you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago, might I add. I want that on the record, by the way. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't shop to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
Maybe that disc is actually important, like I keep saying. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill did have the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, He let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Is that it? Oh. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough.
See, Iris was right. Just press everything. I wonder what would have happened if I'd have pressed everything and not pursued the guys when they were discussing. I wonder what would have happened then.
I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Somewhat reasonable. It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They're all only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
You did more than think about it, Gina. Jeez. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. Think I know what's on it? Do I look like a music box? But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. All the other stuff I do, that's a crime.
Well, is that going to be a Bobby? With the music box? My lord! Well, it is. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Yay! Am I done admitting to perjury? I really don't want to be up here. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. Is this a to be continued? It feels like a to be continued. I guess we'll be to be continued, except we're going to continue right now. So part 4 of 4, finishing the trial.
I'm not doing any public, joining Terraria streams yet, MTAS. Maybe in the future, but we'll see about that. But, yeah, Plantera bulbs can be very difficult to find. As long as you've killed the 3 mechanical bosses, I mean, it's in there somewhere. But you're going to have to hunt like a mofo, because they can be... Sometimes they're just like, you find them immediately. Sometimes the bulb is in the middle of nowhere, and you just got to look everywhere for them. So, yeah. Just keep looking for that stupid bulb. You'll find it. Moving on. Let's finish. There it is. We're going right into it. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded not 2 months ago. Just a dramatic pan across it. In the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It's like early Christmas. It is a music box. Look at that. Let's put the disc in and see what it does. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I kind of had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. I really don't want people looking at that. This is not going in a direction that I like. I'm not comfortable with this. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Makes sense to me.
Also, looking at the stream, things seem to be smoother, so I hope that continues. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Yeah, which is why it said to McGilded. So it was something that thrice-fired Mason hat on him, I guess. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded? Maybe there's something else on it besides music. Maybe it's valuable in some way. Maybe it's that one Wu-Tang album that they only made one copy of. It's the Wu-Tang disc. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Why not? I love Wu-Tang. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait! That's my Wu-Tang disc. No one else gets to listen to it but me. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to this case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in this court with some silly bit of Wu-Tang. That disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. I mean, wouldn't you kill for this Wu-Tang disc? There's only one of them. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, a piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! You think I'm going to pass up an opportunity to listen to the Wu-Tang disc? Someone might want to move that paper. That may oh, yeah, I guess it wouldn't. This is not Old Dirty Bastard's best. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. It's experimental. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Well, the people that know what this disc is are sure kind of losing their shit for some reason. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. You guys are fans of Wu-Tang? This sucks. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. And what you say? Well, with much regret, I feel that the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I mean, I'm just going to say it could be a clue based purely on how Gregson was reacting, because good lord. He was kind of insistent on that not being played. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Man, noise. I'm getting rid of all my Wu-Tang discs as soon as I get home. They're actually terrible. I fail to see how this could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, doing his victory wiggle, yet another one. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. You've seen this animation more than... No, he's doing a new animation. Gregson's done this before. That's not a telling expression. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Look at him, he's not even moving. Okay, he blinked, I lied. He is moving. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh, what? They're just going to play it again. This is actually my favorite song on the track. I'm a huge diehard Wu-Tang fan. I don't care if the disc sucks. I love it. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre of music. It is Wu-Tang. It's the lost Wu-Tang disc. It's the one record they only made a single copy of. And now you know why.
I don't think it's broken. That middle one seems like a joke. I'm going to say it's not supposed to be music. Actually, this may tie into because we've been hearing about this in the periphery a little bit, like in the newspaper article there. There's the whole thing about information. What was it again? What did this say?
There's a sensational story down on the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry...
So is this like Morse code or something? Pulse of the world, blah, blah, blah. Secret communications. And Graydon is in communications. Communications are being intercepted.
Maybe on music discs?
Yeah. Maybe that's where we're going with this.
Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oh, you're not laughing anymore, huh, smart guy? Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. These guys have terrible poker faces. I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Holmesy, Ryu.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well...
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly.
The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet, except I do because I have the newspaper.
Ryu, I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. So that option's out. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical.
It could be Morse code. I don't know Morse code well enough to decode that on the fly, but it could be dots and dashes.
Whoosh. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Ryunosuke having a revelation.
Something's just struck me, Ryu. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one that this music box makes.
Did we? I'm actually not sure what she's talking about. Very much like the sound this music box makes. Ding, ding, ding. Did we?
Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Yeah, can't look bad in front of the 10-year-old. Yeah.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact musical at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now, is it? It's conjecture time! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Is this actually where the newspaper comes in?
All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Green text? Yep. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music disc are...
I want to say the newspaper, but I'm actually really curious about what the hell Iris was talking about. Where have we heard that sound before? It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. It's
It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. It's not that. It's not that. No, 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 no. What the hell is Iris talking about?
We've heard a sound like that before, haven't we?
No. The only other music box we've heard was in Holmes's place, and that was Britney Spears' Toxic. It didn't sound anything like this. I mean, I'm probably going to go with the newspaper because it sounds like that's what the judge wants, but I'm really curious where Iris has heard this sound before. I hope we follow up on that. Let's give the newspaper a try.
Take that!
Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case.
Yeah, but isn't the alliteration cool? No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? There's hardly any alliteration in this headline. That's terrible. Let's go back to the first one. Well, I mean, it's a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Oh, that's where we would have heard the sound. We heard it from the number 4 who's streaming on Twitch with her telegraph. Is that the noise we've been hearing? Is that what Iris is talking about? She's talking about juror number 4? Oh, okay. All right. Fair point. So we have heard the sound before. I don't particularly remember what her telegraph sounded like. But obviously it followed the dot dash pattern. Maybe she was listening to what it said. I'm surprised she hasn't spoken up. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Yep, right off the bat. Okay.
Oh, me, sir?
Immediately. Yep, you. That's where we've been hearing that sound.
Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communications station that Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Well, yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes. We're not just your run-of-the-mill communications station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Were you not paying attention before? She's just going to live stream it out. Secret government communications. Let me just beep this out as I listen to it.
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegraphs from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc isn't music? Contains stolen government documents in Morse code? Wow, the Wu-Tang are getting really experimental now. Order, please everyone, order, but this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. Aren't you an expert on that, like guns? For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. So someone might actually get killed over it, maybe. And on that night 2 months ago, someone did. That was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Very, very naughty. The height of naughtiness. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. And not just buy it, because it's just sitting there waiting to be bought.
because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if got into the wrong hands. There's my 360 no-scope. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Hell yes I do. Of course I do. You think I'm going to admit to illegal activities like this girl over here? I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
No, all of a sudden he likes it. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Oh, so now you like conjecture. Ah, okay. It's conjecture time.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Respond to the accusations brought on by the defense.
But they're conjecture. He needs proof. What happened to that argument?
Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense. Flagitious? Man, the localization team just went crazy with the thesaurus this time, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Don't incriminate myself. Got it. So then, let us proceed. You may... Is that Gregson again? What the hell? What are you guys doing back here?
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork you, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We what we call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Where'd Gina go? She's just gone. She just got pushed off the side. She's halfway down the block, just booking it.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to do, like what he told us to do.
Oh, so now they're implicating him.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
So now they're openly admitting that Graydon was there with them. Man, these professional baddies, I don't know.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Which one's which? One Mr. will do, Gov. You know, like Simon keeps complaining about. Shut up his bitching and just call us Mister. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gate entry to the premises illegally?
Was that in question? Of course they were there. They were witnesses against the whole thing.
And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon.
Yeah, it was a collab. We was playing Phantasmo. Oh wait, did we admit to that? We did, Gov, we did. We're suddenly right upstanding citizens, we are.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about the government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer's shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. No honor among thieves. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Again, I hate it here. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Hell yeah, get in my court record.
And I'll probably have to use it immediately, because that's how these things work.
Review time. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Why not? Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
All we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hey Iris, how do I beat this one? Just tell me what to do. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage, Van Zies is just going to let us get away with it though, which is great. I love it. All of a sudden it's just conjecture ho.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here is the two idiots on the right, like it always is. Hey, their Skip the Dishes came in too. Man, I wonder if Skip the Dishes is wondering why they're sending someone to this courtroom every 5 frickin' minutes.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information.
Hold it! Well, who else would? It's not like I get access to this.
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
I'm just going to try to trap you with that.
How could I possibly know?
Damn, it didn't work. What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh. You just got objected to by juror number 5.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. What wonderful information. Hey, Graydon, how do you feel about that?
Again, I hate it here.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol.
Stop. Currently in presence of idol? Currently in presence of idol? What the hell? Oh, she's currently in presence of an idol, which is him. Okay. I thought he was hanging out with a Japanese idol or something. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Yeah, that's right. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand it.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Could you not stop? Just stop. Stop.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating. Graydon, how do you feel about that?
I've said it before. I'll say it again. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
You said that already. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. Stop.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Oh, that's hilarious. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Juror number 5, you want to chime in on this?
Hold it!
Hold it! Juror number 5, your opinion.
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Clearly, it's the Wu-Tang.
Of course. Sorry, I haven't heard the Wu-Tang in Japan. I'm not familiar with it.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with the Wu-Tang Clan.
He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Look, I just listen to anime music, alright? You guys heard Unravel the World? It's great.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court? Could you just give us a straight yes or no on the disc?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct notes.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Thanks for helping your idol out, number 5. You actually said something useful. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris.
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music disc somehow to play back Morse code? I mean,
I don't think it would be impossible. There's got to be some way for dashes, maybe just, I don't know, having a longer pause or something. I mean, I'll give it a try. I don't see my health bar, so I don't think there's a consequence for this.
There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets.
That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
I mean, once I bluff hard enough, if I say it enough, if I repeat it enough, repetition is very hypnotic. It'll get through somehow.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
Do I? Oh, wait. Graydon doesn't like it, so yes, I do.
You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages in Morse code? Oh, what the hell? Maybe there's a dash disc on the other side. Can I open this side? Is there a thing? There's a thing.
Oh, what is it, Ryu?
I just noticed something about this music box.
It looks like the bottom of it. Oh, well, okay then. So the bottom plays another tone?
All right then, here goes. Oh, look at that.
Do we have a second disc? I don't think we do. We've got the disc Holmes molded off the first disc. Do we have another disc on the other side? Oh, wait a minute. No, I was going to try to spin it. I was going to say maybe the disc was already in here, but no, it's the one that has McGilded's thing on it because the note's there.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked? Wait a minute, didn't you inspect this to make sure that it was working? Why didn't you notice this the first time, Iris?
So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Do I just present that? We don't have a second disc though, do we? I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there.
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box.
What? Uh-oh. Well, I mean, there's your second tone. If you had encrypted across 2 discs and played them, like, you know, synchronized, then you get Morse code, I imagine. Is that what they're getting at?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a loud dash, a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. But we don't have the other disc, do we? Have we seen another disc? I don't think so.
This is beyond a joke.
Really? I don't know. Seems pretty compelling.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Box opens on the other side. I noticed it. You noticed it.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I mean, that's kind of the thing.
where would the other disc be? I can't actually remember if we've seen the other disc in some way or somewhere else. I feel like we have, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witnesses pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Begilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, yes, what he said. I had nothing whatsoever to do with this. I don't care if it opens on the bottom. I'm still sticking to my story. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
All right, let's do that.
I need to find that link, but I mean, a second disc would be nice.
It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Ryu.
Okay, we gotta start. Reiterate your testimony. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Miss Begilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. What is this? Yeah, that's the one we already did. Okay. It was some low-class... Okay, you don't want to listen to what I say? Fine. Jerk.
So 2 months ago on that omnibus, Begilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about it.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed. Is he smirking? Is that That's not how his face usually is it? Oh, you smug prick. How indeed. I mean, you're the guy who has access to this stuff, so clearly you've got some relation to him, so either we press you on this in some way or you're about to reveal something. You smug asshole. I'm going to wipe that smirk off your face. Iris, blast some smoke at it.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Begilded and negotiate a deal.
Yeah, see, he's not smirking now. That's the way his face usually looks. You dare smirk at me. You know what? I'm just going to have juror number 5 tear you a new one again. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Hey, maybe juror number 5 did it. Ever think of that? She has access to this stuff too, you know.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. There's that smirk again. I'm going to take that evidence and throw it right at your dumb face.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
I don't have anything that links him to the, I don't think so. The blood didn't get on the disc until later. This has nothing to do... Yeah. Nothing. Not the same last name. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think any have any evidence yet. We'll just keep pressing and see what comes up. But I think we're a little pressed for disproving that yet.
Hold it!
Let's press them all first, see what we get.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, Selling me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but rather had a dodgy job for us. Oh, so you knew him beforehand? Ash? Oh, he's even got a pet name for you.
Really, really, really hate it here.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Ash, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Oh. He's an old China. That's an interesting phrase, too. I like how that has to shift around when I go to the short guy.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? This must have been a misunderstanding again. No, the other Mr. Skulkin. And watch Gregson react? Oh, no. What? Who am I? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, but Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him an even. But when he was younger, he was from the proper part of town. He was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? Boy was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what you'd never have gone through our heads. Cool, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run? Oh, well, okay. Milverton, we just saw that name. So he is going to end up being related, is it? So is Ashley Graydon or whatever the hell his name is not his real name? Cool, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run? That was a cork, eh? We made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs.
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom.
No, wait, I like that name, they said.
And neither does your fruit.
Hey, everyone else had skipped the dishes. Why is this a problem? Oi, the geezer asking us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
How am I a geezer?
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and add that. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to the case. That whole part about Milverton.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run.
Gore them with the dice.
So, yeah, that's a dead giveaway. I mean, okay, well,
Hold it!
pressing that sucker.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking this.
I'm not sure you're going to regret asking this.
But what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what?
Yeah, that Milverton is really conspicuous, and whatever follows that train of thought.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
And you just happen to name the business after your last names, huh? Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here.
Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right, I thought the clever clogs like you to work that one out. That's his... yeah. Okay, stop. Enough of this. I'm done. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? I don't...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying about your actual last name?
Tell me, why is it that when it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to object?
Well.
It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Yeah, not liking this. Of course not. This is all bunkum. 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 Yes, this is all bunkum. I'm Googling these words later, because there's no way in hell these are things. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Oh, damn. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct?
I don't want to talk about this, but I will because I have to now because I got called out on it.
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important.
Yeah, could be. You know where this is going, don't you, buddy?
Okay. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a...
Oh, no. Sorry, wrong.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in wrong voices and text we've already read.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Like for the fact that Simon's not paying attention. He just keeps clicking his friggin' mouse button.
If only there was a link between these two men. I wonder how we could link those two people.
A mere communications officer. Yeah. It's number 3, right? I've no relation to the man. Okay, so this is clearly what we're pushing on. What do we present here? Do we present... Wait a minute.
I can't flick to the people.
I thought I could flick to his... Can I just court... No? I can't flick to profiles. I thought I'd present his profile. Okay, well, where's the... What? That's not it. Where's the thing with his name on it? Paperwork, blood samples, pawnbrokers, irises, the gilded case notes. Mason Milverton, male. I'm pretty sure this was what I was looking at when I was saying that his name was fairly obvious. It was some low-class bricklayer. I've no relation to the man. I mean, I think this is the only thing I have with his last name on it. Yes?
Objection! Hell yeah! Eat it. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Not Ashley Graydon. Not Eggs Benedict.
Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the... Why are we on your third name now? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
I go into this... yeah, this is my defeated wiggle. This is my you got me wiggle.
Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with the Gilded...
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton?
Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton.
I'm imagining him saying it like Agent Smith says Mr. Anderson. Mr. Milverton. Did you get my package?
Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... This is my other you got me wiggle. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Seriously, I could snap my fingers and have everything here right now, so don't even try it. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Whoa! I don't even have a name for that wiggle. I just found myself on a Roomba somehow. Holmes must have dropped it here, or maybe Iris is just playing with it because she's bored. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal that truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Not sure what this has to do with the murder of Windibank, but you know, we're just going to roll with it. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yeah, stealing information, being sent in secret government communications, and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music discs to encode the information. Which is still just conjecture because we don't have the other disc, but whatever. Well, again, Van Zeeks is just letting us roll with it. He's being a bro now. I don't know. It just comes and goes. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yeah, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. Is that going to pop up? So I was kind of wondering if there was going to be a second disc, it would have been just in the music box, but I guess not. So one was in the coat, and then the one's just not accounted for. I wonder if it's somewhere. We'll see if that comes up. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Oh, wait, so where is the... Oh, so maybe he checked the music, because we know the music box was checked, but it wasn't stolen. Maybe he looked in the music box to see if the disc was there, and if it wasn't, where the hell is it? Ah, interesting. Where is that second disc? I have a feeling it's going to pop up, but I'm not sure where. Are you suggesting... Oh, maybe he did find it. Oh, so, okay. So maybe the disc was in the box, and then he opened it, stole it, ran off with it. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? What? I never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. So he did steal it. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. I guess we don't know if it was there or not, but it sounds like it very well could have been. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security cameras, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. I was thinking maybe it wasn't there and he looked and then just left because it wasn't there, but, well, maybe it was there. We don't know. No idea as of just yet, since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. How you feel about that, buddy? Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Probably, because if I don't, I'm screwed. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, hey, look at that sleeve there. What's up with your pretty little suit there? sir. There appears to be blood seeping through that sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh, crap. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Holmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. I mean, we were assuming it was an arm, but it looks like it's an arm. Oh, no, wait, the Skulkin brothers mentioned the arm earlier. That's right, they gave it away. Mr. Graydon, if that is your real name this time, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? You got you now, me old Shriner. Time to call it quits to croak, I reckon. Man, they just flipped on him so hard. Unbelievable. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Oh, now he's admitting it. Now you finally gonna cave? Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. Damn! And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Well, that's you screwed, right? I mean... But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded, doing my little dance. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not unless I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... he has like so many victory wiggles. Well, we know that 1 bullet fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Holmes's waist. Wait, do we know that? And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Okay, hang on a second. Let's account for this. Do we know this? Because I'm sure someone is going to assert something else. Because if this is how things played out, then Windibank had to have been shot by whatever 3rd gun was there. And I'm sure we're going to assert that that was Grayson's gun. Because he's presumably the one that had the 3rd gun. But we can't really prove that. I mean, Windibank's gun only had 1 bullet, so what's, how's Graydon gonna postulate that he was injured? Did he admit it was a bullet wound, or did he just admit it was a wound and he's just, oh yeah, I guess I cut my arm, whoops. Because how could this have played out in their favor? Because obviously if Windibank's gun shot the calendar, then Jean is free and clear, because she was just holding an empty gun that did shoot Windibank. Huh. Okay, let's see how this goes. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Thinking of an alibi, thinking of a story, let me think here. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. Uh-oh. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. Where am I pointing?
Hold it.
Who's the hold it? I missed that. Oh, it is him. Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I have no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? This is me saying no.
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment.
Oh, so you get to lie now. I don't care if you're smirking at me, because we all know you're full of crap.
You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. This is my firmly around the neck of your client wiggle.
What?
Like, we're going to listen to anything you have to say.
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. Sure you did, buddy. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
That crime you say I committed? No, wait, I saw someone else do it. Clearly, I'm innocent.
Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Come on, Van Zeeks, you gotta be seeing through this.
Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Dude, you guys perjure yourselves all the time. I don't care.
Well, I understand fully. But I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. All of your previous testimonies have been lies, but we're going to believe this one. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
I mean, I could think of a few things, but okay.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Why? I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What? Oh, come on. What?
You sat there grimacing at me for 5 minutes, and that was the best story you could come up with?
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony.
Yes, I'm quite pleased with myself. Look at me smirk.
Seriously, dude, do you have any idea how punchable you look right now?
You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Yes, under oath, like all the other times you were under oath and lied. Order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, this is my hand has been forced wiggle. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. This is also my self-preservation wiggle. It helps me save on wiggles.
The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. 'Cause I made them up just now.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Well, it's a good thing you decided that our smoke bombs are not considered conclusive evidence, because we're just going to shut up and not mention that. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
Well, never mind then.
What? One only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
Oh, so now we're just going to go ahead and use experimental techniques when it's convenient for you.
I'm back in my not a bro for you phase anymore, my fine Nipponese friend.
So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
Do I need to slap a bitch? There's nothing dubious about Holmes's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Ryu.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat.
Which there is, but it's Mason's, not Windibags.
If they test it with the chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. But let's flash back anyway, because the player's probably stupid and they have forgotten too.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Don't you mean don't move or I'll shoot?
Nope.
Oh my god. Somebody was wearing this in Danganronpa when they were killed. That's Mr. Mason's blood. Wait a minute, I need to stop this. He objected to my test, I object to his test. The defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, I need to cross-examine fast, man. Once they find blood on that overcoat, Gina's screwed. Counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. That's a neat twist. I kind of like that. This game is full of clever little twists. I really do like it. It's got to be one of the better Ace Attorney games. I'm gonna hold off on judgment until I finish the second game, but so far I really like this game. I know I've said that already at least a couple of times, but yeah. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I wonder how he knows the jacket was covered in blood. Because is that just a bluff by him? Because he never saw the overcoat. Like, he barely just wore it briefly when we were doing our little logic and reasoning deduction shindig there on the Roombas. He wouldn't have known there was blood on it.
What's your feeling, Ryu?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this man.
And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina's wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Gina's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
Yeah, that's my point. Again, Iris, smartest one here. We know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? He has to know about the blood somehow, and he's just leveraging it for credibility. I'm curious how he's going to know about it, though. Well, I guess if he knew about the trial before, he would have known that it probably was likely to be covered in blood just because of the events from 2 months ago. Maybe he's just assuming. It's a safe assumption, to be fair.
All I know is that it's very unfair.
No, I just said it was fair.
Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Holmes's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. Let's start pressing. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mob band of burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. It's self-defense, like the Americans. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
This is my near the entrance to the shop wiggle. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I forgot how incompetent they are.
I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you settling upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together,
Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov. I mean, well, he's about the size of both of us put together, so we figured it was all right.
When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it! You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man. like I keep pursuing people in this trial, but he shuts himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it! You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the store door is a solid job, made of stout wood.
But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yep, I did.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? This is still a pretty fantastical story. They better hope there's blood on that coat before I get finished with this. Oh yeah, she just shot him and then tossed me the gun. That's totally what happened. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Whoops.
Hold it! Yeah, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But she didn't. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Haha. Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
What?
At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Run back to the other people that had guns. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
This does not seem reasonable. I mean, it makes sense, like, it's consistent, but why does any of this happen? A chilling image, I must say.
This is my chilling image, Wiggle. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
Where's the part where she tossed it to you again? Because I'm still unclear on why that would happen.
All over her.
Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Holmes's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made... Why? Why this? This is the part I'm like, no.
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? Yes, spell this out for me. In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
Yeah, I'm not seeing how anybody would buy that.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly.
I'm not sure I buy this.
I left the cleanup to my lackeys and left.
Cleanup? We'll mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutie had told us to tidy up.
Yeah, they already told us about this.
He thinks he's a bloomin' mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Yeah. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Like he's gonna admit to that.
You little toe.
Whoa, what? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? What the hell's going on here? Can I interrupt something here real quick?
Gentlemen.
Okay. Can I help you? Something wrong, Sunshine?
I don't know, is there? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. I mean the other Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? Hey, you saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the places, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Of course, we didn't know nothing about it. What that flaming peephole in the door?
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, he gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
Yeah, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. I don't think Mr. Skulkin made him tea. But anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Not gonna say nothing about that.
Oh, was that it? I pressed everything. Oh, I don't want to hear about the coat. Don't tell me about the coat. I don't want to hear about that. No, you can go now. You're just here with the skip the dishes, right? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Wrong voice. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
You're just assuming that. You don't know what's there.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
I have a lot of objections, but I can't say them.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir.
Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Well, that's it. We're done. Let's go home, Iris.
This is my extra super victory wiggle. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
I mean, we can assert that pretty easily in the same way that Graydon can, assume that there was blood on it. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
You were in this trial 2 months ago. You know damn well and good he was stabbed in that coat. Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom. Did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence?
I mean, the coat was still covered in blood. The guy was still dead.
And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Earned. There's that word again. Earned. Also, how are your hands not getting stained?
But that was... I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even the stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Holmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Holmes is a detective, not a chemist!
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Perotsky to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Not sure what that had to do with anything.
Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
I will cut a bitch.
How can you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish this time. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
I still feel like he could have... I don't know how he knew it was covered in blood, but I still feel like he could have assumed that from the stabbing. And I don't really know why we can't assume that from the stabbing. At the very least, we should be sitting here going, well, we don't know whose blood it is. Oh, we're not doing the jury thing again, are we? Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for what now?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't headbutt.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Lame. I gotta do the jury game again? Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. About damn time. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. No, I'm pretty sure we picked it pretty well, buddy. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking this jury's decisions being equally successful. Ow, my back! That's getting old. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Summation examination? Nope. Someone else. Who's this? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, is this to be held in such low esteem? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. That sounds like something Holmes would say. Is he disguised? Is he pulling Hosonaga? Ah! Oh, it is him. Yep. Son of a bitch. Mr. Holmes! What? What is the meaning of this? More caps lock. I have a victory wiggle too. Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, have I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Holmesy, it's really you? You're awake at last.
Oh yeah, Iris should be happy to see you alive.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, Lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir? We don't need to humor you.
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? What's 5 more minutes? This stream's been going on for like 3 hours. This trial has taken so many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
What?
Boy, Gregson, you ain't a happy camper.
Very well then.
Counsel, you have 5 minutes. I needed 4 of those to change.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Holmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then.
Holmesy, this place is full of idiots. Why am I the smartest one in the room all the time? I'm 10. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that?
A lavender furoshiki wrapping. Where did you get a furoshiki?
A leave-in present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? Susato-san? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanding. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you all want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Suzuto-san, whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Huh?
It's the cat door-o-matic. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat. Name subject to change. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left.
Actually, hang on a second. I'm just curious. Okay, never mind.
I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Back when she was leaving? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
It's hard to do the female voice without an accent after Gina and Iris and all that.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Holmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves,
Yeah, I struggle a bit with saying Suzuto's name consistently. I keep saying Suzuto. No, Suzuto. Yeah, Suzuto should be right. Suzato would be more of an English speaking with the syllable in the middle. Suzuto should be a stress and then a declination in the accent, I think. I think that's how Japanese works. I'm not an expert.
Miss Suzuto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Any D's that sneak in, I'm blaming on Holmes.
That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Suzuto used this cat flap-o-matic that night, but why?
Well, here we go. Now we're in the end game. See, I did technically know about this because I commented on seeing something that I really shouldn't be able to see or shouldn't be noticing in those photos last stream. Maybe some of you might have picked up on that, where there was something that had appeared somewhere that really shouldn't have been there, and I wonder how that got there. And oh, hey, I have a flap-o-matic now. What does that do? Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already. Oh, Holmes fell over. He's unconscious. Yep, we're out of time. No, never mind. He's over there. He's standing on his Roomba. I'm grateful for you to afford us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. No, really, I know I keep saying that all the time.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What's your plan?
What's my plan? I gotta pick things?
The rest is down to me.
Do I have a multiple choice coming up?
I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea what I want to do, but how do I do it? Further across... Yeah, see, he's got a statement I want to throw that thing at. Because as soon as I saw that statement come up, I was like, that flap-o-matic's going to be coming soon. So I think I need to do further cross-examination.
Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. You big dummy. My lord, Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Oh, was he being a tricksy? Was he intentionally doing that?
The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Oh, were you being a tricksy devil?
So nobody can say anything then. If Ryu asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd. Why do I keep destroying my alcohol? I need it, now more than ever. I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Okay, so we're playing this card again. The funny thing is, every time the series does this, what you're supposed to do is almost always blindingly obvious. I can think of only one time when it was even remotely something I had to think about. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. And the one piece of evidence is going to be the one that we just got, because if it was anything else, I would have just presented it before this whole song and dance.
A single chance to present evidence.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
Oh, I don't even get to press anymore.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence.
Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. I'm out. Mr. Holmes! Who faints like that? If you don't have enough energy to stand, you don't have enough energy to wave your arms around.
To stand so insouciantly, yes, that's a word,
before the court in a state of such high fever.
I mean, geez, I thought I had a big vocabulary, but my God. I refuse to believe that word exists.
Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes, I've been waiting to press this for a while. I know what I need to do. I knew what I need to do before I got the thing in the first place. One statement, one piece of evidence. One single opportunity, one chance, Mom Spaghetti. I won't let Mr. Holmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzuto-san has given me. You just keep smirking, because this thing's coming straight for your head.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Terms schmerms. Get wrecked.
The moment of the shooting again.
Oh!
We got us some fancy music. And it's called the music. It's called the moment of the shooting again, because I think it was just the moment of the shooting before. So here's the thing: went into the bank, threw Nash over the counter. Blah blah blah. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. The accused. Blah blah blah. I can't skip any of this. Okay, now I can skip it. I could see him in the peephole in the door. Yeah, the peephole in the door here, because you can see in the upper left corner, man, there's that peephole that's cut out of the door, that flap that we looked through. That's so weird, because you know what? That flap wasn't there like a couple hours ago. It's so strange. I guess, when did Suzuto even do? I guess when we ran out, because Holmes got shot and we ran out, and then when we came back in, and then we looked in the door. I think that's how things played out. That must have been when she made the flap. But that means that he could not have done what he's saying here.
I could see him through the peephole in the door. What peephole, asshole? It wasn't there. Clever. Clever game designers. Again, not a very difficult choice to make, but I like the idea.
Objection.
This has to be this. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-matic, name subject to change. My lord, it makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. I get to hear my theme song now. I get to redeem myself after all the smack talk the Reaper was talking. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. I don't know how a cat's supposed to get in the door when it's that high up, but whatever. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please. Whoops. Did I accidentally skip that, or did he interrupt me? I think he interrupted me. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lever's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Oh, dicks. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Holmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? Did Suzuto tamper with the scene of the crime? Oh, butts. I'm going to go ahead and move this text up some more, because that's how... Oh, that's right at the bottom. Maybe that'll actually work. Now it's snapping. I don't want snapping. There. Perfect. Just in time for nothing else to happen. There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. And so can Graydon in his testimony just a moment ago, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yeah, but see, you didn't. Yeah, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! That was not a victory wiggle!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yep. It was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That's why she said she was a failure. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Okay, so I was right. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Hopefully we reconnect. Reconnection successful. We're back. Okay, so, yeah, there might have been a bit of a drop there. For some reason there was a disconnection, but we will carry on. None whatsoever. I don't even remember what we were talking about. It's been 2 seconds. We've been going for a while here, though. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? I mean, we could just try it.
Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I don't know. That big door behind you looks like it's jonesing for a cat door itself.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kiwi, time for dinner.
They actually did it. She actually put up. When did you do that? You just got that thing back 2 seconds ago. I'm watching the playback here. I hope. There we go. Things are getting smoother. All right. I don't know why it gets choppy every now and then. You know, I try to. I wanna stream at peak hours because that's when people are more likely to watch. But the problem with streaming at peak hours is that you're streaming at peak hours. So I don't know how much of that's being a problem, but I may have to see what I can do. In any case, well. When did you do that? Seriously, though, when did you do that? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No? But it's easy. What?
The cat flaps my cat flap-o-matic creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match.
I was going to say, look at the photo. Literally, I showed it to you guys.
Hey. Oh, Silky's lost for words. Is that his nickname now? Excellent work, Iris. Thank you for just doing everything for me again.
And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
Uh-oh, what are you going to do?
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of these facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Okay, maybe I use the photos.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Well, good thing we have a camera aimed at that door that takes pictures every 30 minutes.
For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Dude, I've been spouting nothing but conjecture for hours now. You think I'm going to stop? Have you played this series before?
Don't give up now, Ryu.
I already got the answer to this. I've actually been pretty good about getting the answer to questions just before they come up.
This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do that, but I do know one thing. Suzuto-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. I'm guessing I gotta produce... Well, it's probably going to be this one, because this is the one that doesn't have the peephole, right? This is the only thing I can think of that would possibly be relevant. I mean, I even used it to prove it to you guys. That's the one with Gina, right? That's the one with no door? Alright.
Take that!
Yep, take it right up your butt. What are you... A print from that detective's infernal cameras again.
You want to use the stereoscope again, buddy?
No, hell yes, let's do it. No.
My judicial assistant, Miss Suzuto Mikoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
Uh-oh. Not happy. Hate it here again. This print shows a scene in the shot moments after the defendant entered the premise.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
Still not sure why you picked that up, Gina. What was the point of that again? But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again.
Hey, look at that. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom
Is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon.
This is why I hate it here, Wiggle.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of, not just a pack of lies, a catalog of lies. A 360 no-scope catalog of lies. And now apparently you're just alone up there in the middle, which means you're probably going to have a breakdown. That's my breakdown, Wiggle. Yep, there we go. All of a sudden everyone's back, though. Don't know how that happened. Maybe my breakdown wiggle is also my teleport wiggle. We know I recycle wiggles.
I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, well, we win. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious? Fallacious. Boy, that's real close to a word I don't want to say, but yeah, we'll go with that. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. Or are you in bro mode or not bro mode? My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. This woman tampered with a crime scene.
Yeah, but she's on a boat, so screw you.
But more importantly,
good Lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks.
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is not proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Oh, for crying out loud, how much are we going to let this guy slide? He's lied 147 times.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove he's guilty.
God damn it.
Yes, that's right.
What? You want to testify again, asshole?
I was there at the scene, it's true. This is also a new pose. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Look at the look on this smug asshole's face.
You are so punchable right now. Iris, just blast him in the face with literally anything that shoots anything. I don't care.
Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, is that the card we're playing? How dare you victim shame me?
I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? Iris, save me! Iris, what do I do now? You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat's bolted. Isn't that right, Ryu? What? It's Holmesies always says. No, I don't need more platitudes. Just tell me what I need to do. One lie begets another. Now, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Can't remember. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, we keep threatening to, charge people with perjury, except for the people that are committing actual perjury. But the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
You can't see through doors, dude. What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
Oh, come on, Zeeks. You're not this stupid. Except when you are this stupid.
That is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement.
I almost expected a multiple choice to come up there. Oh, never mind. There is going to be a multiple choice coming up here.
They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about. Namely,
well, the bloodstains on the coat, right? Or the peephole. Well, wait a minute. He did know about the bloodstains on the coat because he mentioned the bloodstains on the coat. I mean, obviously, like, how else would he know about them? I'm still curious how he knew about them, but he knew about them without the peephole. I mean, technically the bloodstains on the coat is correct, but I'm not sure, I'm not sure what that proves. Because he knew about the bloodstains, and that's fair, but he knew about the peephole before it was there, so I wonder if that's the one I'm going for. I don't care about the third gun. That's nonsense. That's got to be a nonsense answer. Or is it a nonsense? Well, I mean, yeah, that's a nonsense answer. Why would he know about the third gun? We're still postulating that he brought it. I'm going to go with the bloodstains on the coat, purely because I wanted to explain how he knew about it. Like, maybe this is the right answer. Hang on. Let's see. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. Yeah, how did you know about that? That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Yeah! Exactly! How you gonna explain that, dickweed? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing. You're not making any sense, so I think you know what I'm talking about. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Yeah, you starting to clue in, asshole? Has the cat got your tongue, witness? See, even the judge knows that he's ripping you for it. Come on. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Okay, I did guess the right one. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Actually, now I'm starting to wonder how you even knew about the peephole in the first place. Maybe both of those answers could have been correct. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well, yes, of course. Our place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. That's not what I pressed. Maybe both options lead to this dialogue. Maybe there were two right answers there. So the fact that this existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. I'm still wondering how you knew about the peephole at all.
Objection!
Maybe Zeeks will tell us. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Who's this? Oh. Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh, why do you want to run, Greggy? Did you tell him about the peephole? I mean, I am genuinely, how did he know about the peephole? I know he's using it as an excuse for his alibi and his lie here, but how did he even get that information in the first place? And now I'm starting to wonder about your ass. Is this what you were talking about earlier? Your little negotiation where you were having your little football huddle? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Well, shit then. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else. Yeah, we seem to be going in that direction, aren't we?
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yep, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony.
Boy, I was smart to break this up into 2 streams, because this is going to go on forever.
And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Clue? What clue? I mean, Gregson's acting weird and they were negotiating earlier and just chatting in a huddle, and that's the only clue I've got, but who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I mean, who else could it have been, right? It ain't nobody here. The bros wouldn't have seen it because they would have been just as in the dark about it as anyone else. Zeke's wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have done it. I mean, Greggy's acting kind of fishy, so let's call him out on it.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Huh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
I got nothing, man. I got squat. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Oh yeah, so he didn't really have a chance to talk to anyone or be interrogated or anything until he got here. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fellow, eh?
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, except for the part where they did occur, and we pursued it and called them out on it.
Ew, I just remembered something. Ryu? That thing Psy'Min just mentioned, I'm going to take credit for it. I heard him talking, and I'm just going to mention it casually now. There was that one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. The one that I was wondering what would happen if I didn't pursue it. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Except it wasn't terribly secret because we could see them. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Oh, so why would he bring the music disc here? Is that what we're postulating? He just had it on him at work? You just did get a chance after getting to change after getting shot? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness will be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Super, super on the naughty list. Well, alright.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. You're just figuring that out now, dude? I mean, I'm going to deny that I do that, but, I mean, we have video evidence to the contrary that I'm just not going to mention. Let's just forget that juror number 5 is streaming all this. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Oh, crap. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. I mean, if it is the music box disc, we don't actually have the music box disc in evidence. We have a music box disc in evidence. The one that we were already aware of. But the one that the dude took off with? Logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Do I just present the one I have and hope for the best? Ryu, do you think it could be? Yeah, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. Oh, now I'm getting pressed. Damn. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I don't have the second music disc. I just have the first one. So this is no deal needs to be made for this. We have this. The police had this and it's here in court now. But I don't know. I feel like it would have been in here. But there's nothing about it that indicates that. Maybe I press with this, because that's got to be it, right? It's got to be the music box. Or the music disc, I mean. He's got to have the second music disc. There's no way around it. I mean, this is the closest thing I got. We'll try it.
Take that!
Hopefully it's conclusive enough. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Okay, I think we picked the right one. What? Are you getting it now, Sunshine? Is it possible that the other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Oh, could I have maybe presented that? Nah, that would have been bad, I'm guessing. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. I mean, technically you only need 1 disc to keep that stuff hidden. So anyway... So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the secret of to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this... I'll be taking that whatever it is and McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Yeah, we remember that, because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean,
I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. I'm glad we're covering this, because I was really confused by that. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Freak out time! Tandem wiggle!
Objection!
If, and I stress, if, this sobering accusation turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. That's what I was wondering about. Did he just promise it to him later, or is it actually on his person? Wait, what? In this room? How could he possibly make a claim like that? Now who's conjecturing? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in the matter. Oh, okay. So that's how we're going to postulate that it's actually here. All right, fair enough. Manzeeks is back in bro mode. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. That's true. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector, I know how this goes. Because there's something else we got to remember, too. And that may have occurred to you as well. Again, this is not completely blind for me. But I remember this part. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court surface, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Bit extreme, dude. We're just doing an investigation here. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, settle down already, is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Chill. You're just threatening Reno because you're scared. Again, Iris is the smart one. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. All right, we'll take the game's word for it on that one. Whoops, I skipped that. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? You know what? I'm kind of thinking we should search someone else, because after they had that discussion, there was another thing that we saw happen there, and, I feel like that disc might be elsewhere now. I have to wonder how this... I don't think we've seen these discs in the music box, in relation to people. Because I get the impression when I first saw them that I thought it was like a record, and I thought they were just huge. But now I just, they must be tiny little things to be able to hide them like this. Because good lord. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Wait a minute, didn't I pick?
Objection.
Yeah, I thought I'd inspect someone else. Wait, did I pick the wrong thing? Don't do the wet fish slap. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing. I thought you wanted to search me. Nope. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? Stop calling me Sunshine. The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Iris? Yep. Ryu's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Why ain't you all being polite? No racist remarks now. I got an English 10-year-old instead of a Japanese 16-year-old. Privilege! Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. Oh, now you're impressed. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at this moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? See, these two were chit-chatting away, but later on this fella was having a bit of tussle with this guy. And so I'm thinking maybe Waluigi here got something snuck in his pocket.
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? That cracks me up. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Oh, Greggy's not going to like that. Yep, there he goes. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Shut your trap. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a minute. Oh, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. No, nothing about no disc. Don't know what you're talking about. No! Stop touching me there! Ah! Here, my lord, the witness's pocket. I found this. Oh, damn. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I was wondering if that was going to come up. I don't know enough about it. Nothing. I think you do. I think you might. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus Gilded. Whoa! 360 no scope. Was that a 720 no scope? Is it not, Inspector Gregson? I only counted 360! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I just... Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, will you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. Then you're an idiot. It was, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. I wasn't taking notes, so I'm not really sure why I'm looking through them. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Not putting up much of a fight there, are you, Nash? You're supposed to mash buttons to get out of a hold. What are you... Come on. Yeah, you didn't know. Thought me noggins was gonna fall clean off, I did. Didn't even think of mashing buttons. I was wishing I had been born as my brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hit it. You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
Yeah, like he was going to do that. Even Zeke saying that's stupid. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I don't really feel like talking right now.
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there was a chance that you might be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. You're caught, dude. Stop throwing a little temper tantrum. Yeah, you know. Where's that smirk now, prick?
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? I'm thinking of something, I'm thinking of a lie, I'm thinking of a lie, I'm thinking of a lie. I got one. Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Just smacks Tobias in the face with his cane. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit.
I'm just going to take the lighter sentence and hope nobody calls me out or can prove the bad thing that would land me in like a death sentence or something.
Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You... What? You threw me against the back wall with that? That's some weak sauce, man. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? If you don't talk, I'm just going to play the disc in the middle of court. How you like that, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Is that how we're going to appeal? Is that your line? How are we going to piece this together? This is quite a quandary indeed. Rather rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the course concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Really? Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. I'm just going to keep fangirling. Stop. I'm actually blushing. Just don't understand now. Stop.
Detective is very much trust in us. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors are stupid as hell. They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Maybe that's what we'll do. I was just making stuff up about playing that music. What if we did just, hey, Gregson, if you don't talk, we're just going to put both these discs in this box and we're just going to hit play and we're just going to see what happens. And, if you want that disc to stop playing, you know what you do. I doubt Graydon cares.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the juror to declare their final decisions. No, that is, unless you have some compelling evidence that you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Ryu? You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon?
I'm thinking I use the music box. Like, if I only get to present one piece of evidence, I mean, however they want me to do it. The only way I'm going to sway anyone, I imagine, is Gregson. Because if I threaten to play those... Because we have the 2 discs now. I was wondering about that earlier. But if we have the 2 discs now, then if we can be just like, hey, Gregson, if you don't talk, we're playing this. I have a feeling it ain't going to be no Wu-Tang album anymore. Let's try this.
Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
I don't like the way that's worded. We don't want him to see the evidence. We want to threaten him.
What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today,
okay, now it's starting to sound like a threat.
Then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
Okay. I'm going to have to force his hand here. Am I going to finish with full health? Because that would be crazy. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I mean, if I only get to present one thing, this has got to be it, right?
Take that!
Anybody want to listen to some music? Graydon looks like he wants to have a dance-off. I say we indulge him.
Is that Mr. McGilded's particular music box, counsel?
Yeah, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, am I going to put my hand on my sword and look all smug? Nope, never mind, it's that animation. 720 with the second disc we just discovered. Set in place as well. How you feel about that, Greggy Face? Goodness, this disc console, literally the only other one.
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Oh, I think you can. Why not? Why not?
Well, because because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. That should be fairly obvious. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine. Well, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, well, it's treason.
Then you would admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
Yeah, you're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
Oh, I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. What you think of that, Van Zeeks? Gonna make some more racist remarks? Nope. 320 again, 360 again. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm not Scotland Yard's puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to as this music box is set in operation once more. Oh, cool spin. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. It's going to be like a mashup, Wu-Tang on one side and Britney Spears on the other. Turns out two of their songs have the same beats per minute. Who knew? Dot, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dash.
All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
What was that about Jeffrey Epstein? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
Don't think we've seen his head down like that before.
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile.
Shut up!
Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you?
I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept.
or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not in any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and I told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. Oh, so he found out about both of them from me. How did you know about the bloodstains on the overcoat?
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder.
I guess how did he even know about the like saying details about the peephole? Why would you even know that the peephole details are, a thing without knowing that there wasn't a peephole there in the first place? Like, how did Gregson know about this? Never mind, Graydon.
Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that fact, if I'm being perfectly honest.
So why would you share that there was a peephole?
Hey, Gregson, there was a desk there. Did you know that? Also, there's a camera. Interesting, huh? Like, let me tell you about everything else in the room that we didn't know wasn't there before. Why the peephole?
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? I'm gonna grunt like a monkey. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. You perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You. Traitor! Someone help him! No, we're just going to stand around and watch. Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! Took your time doing that.
Could have appreciated that a little bit quicker.
That's it then. It's all over. Except we probably have a whole bunch more dialogue to get through. Beep, 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 beep. Morse code. Nothing but dots.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Oh, looking all sad and pathetic now. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Well, that's commendable. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him, Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraph message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. It's a good idea. I give him credit for that. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yeah, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. Doesn't sound very difficult. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gentleman you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, won't you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon.
For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Yeah, I guess we'll never know what happened in that omnibus, huh? Because everyone involved is dead. I mean, Gina could probably give us a detailed well, I don't know how well she heard. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Side view. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge? Also, why is there still a Roomba over there?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that...
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
I'm still wondering who did this, so he didn't do it himself. He hired someone else to do it.
That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Planned and executed? McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
I'm still taking it that he hired someone to do it. Oh, like this guy maybe. That's not actually him, is it? He didn't pull a hole. Everyone walks around wearing Bobby outfits. Where do you get these things? Can you just buy them at the corner store? Jeez.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Hey, what's this, officer?
No, that's Iris.
Hi, what's this, officer?
No, that's still Iris. Hang on. I'm not going to screw this up.
Hey, what's this?
No.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I was all inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, must be making tracks.
That's still Iris. Never mind.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Oh, I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Still leading Iris, but oh well, he's dead. Fuck him.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again was you?
Oh, okay, that's better. Hired by me. Alright, fair enough. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Invisible hat? Yep. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. There, I got it back now. Now I can do it. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's Pawnbrokery.
Why, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell her to fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guinea if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, to Gina.
I remember now that when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns,
then he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night.
I was kind of curious about that. They were making a big deal about why that night. It's like, alright, fair enough. Covered.
With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. That wacky duo. Boy, that was a great idea, wasn't it, Graydon?
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelf of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What were you doing in my shop? Bang!
How do you like that, asshole? A gun shop rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Did he say fortunately or unfortunately? Bang right at you, motherfucker. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. I'm starting to wonder about the logistics of that. I mean, if this guy was standing by the door, and he had to have been in that general direction since the bullet hit the calendar, if this guy fired back, wouldn't he be firing like perpendicular to him? Wouldn't he have hit his side if he was running for the storeroom instead of his back? I'm going to need to see a diagram of this, but, you know, I'll buy it for now. But in my mind, I'm like, where were these people? A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. I suspect there's going to be another hour of dialogue before this finishes up. 6-hour stream. Let's break the old record, boys. Also, what's going to happen to Gregson? Because he kind of did a bad, but he kind of did it for a good reason. And I can't imagine the powers that be are going to punish him too badly, considering his motivation. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same.
That's what happens when you get wound up in this stuff. No one to blame but yourself when it goes south.
You've become the very monster you saw,
and despised so deeply in McGilded. No objection.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Buddy, you don't know the half of it. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon.
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And how about you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course. I can't imagine much will stick for reasons given.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable, despite the fact that you have an excuse. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah.
Watch her pull out the smoke gun just out of reflex. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. Our men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Man, we still got a whole mess to go through, though. I was hoping to run and grab a bite to eat after this, but that ain't happened.
Ha ha! Oh, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Ryu, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I wasn't really sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? I never did nothing of the sort.
Why does everyone instantly turn into a liar while they stand on that over there in the witness stand? It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea this evening.
Sounds like she's still going to be in jail. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think that we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Let me tell you what my theories about Jeffrey Epstein.
Could you not? Sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point.
Isn't that juror number 5? Yep.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. I'm sure juror number 3 can relate.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different notes.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
Iris just sitting there. Iris knows something. Iris knows everything.
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contains ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really gonna bother me.
Just gonna sit here and process.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, this ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I'll work something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change,
you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Hey, words of wisdom. Maybe don't steal everything every 5 minutes now.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. I look forward to never seeing the new and improved you. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business in Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, nice, or at least not guilty. Not naughty. That's just Iris firing off the fireworks. Nope. Okay. No, it actually is. It actually is an Iris gun. All right. Fair enough.
I stole this gun to use it.
That is all. Court is adjourned. I like that I was joking and then she did it.
Hey, loser.
Sticking around for more racism, I see. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. I'll call you Far Eastern now instead of Nipponese.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, never mind, I'll do it anyway, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
Where's this going? I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. See, this is what I think we're going to find out about in the second game, because this is where his attitude toward us comes from is still a mystery, and I'm looking forward to finding out how that turns out. Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Also, I wonder if we're going to find out who that is. Like, maybe it's going to be someone we already know, like Cesato's father or something, but we'll see.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
None of your damn business. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
That's foreboding. All right, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
I'm going to actually drink this instead of throw it. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Never mind, I'm going to waste it anyway. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese friend, until we meet again.
"17th of April, the Old Bailey. We're here. We're going to talk to Gina and celebrate." It's done. It's over at last. You can't see me, but I'm doing my victory wiggle now, and boy, is it impressive. Too bad you can't look at it. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. Don't shoot me with smoke. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else's. Really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! I'm not hitting on you, but I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Oh, I did the wrong voice. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Baka. Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Is this Iris or Holmes? I'm going to say it's Holmes.
Pardon the interruption.
She looks terrified. Oh yeah, it's Holmes again. He's hiding.
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice. And also that hair. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant blabbering. Mr. Holmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see? I got to have my fun anyway. I assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations on all. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true.
so I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if that was going to get brought up.
Well done, Mr. Holmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Of course, anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
I do kind of wonder about that. What's going to happen to you next game, Gina? Because we might have some bad news.
Yeah, well, it doesn't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, them upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGillans of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
Yes, you're a very principled thief. Yeah, Holmes, no comment.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest already.
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are. Hurley, how long have you been in here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Holmesy, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
See, Iris is smarter than you.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
She took you down a peg.
Ouch.
Roasted by the 10-year-old.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
I don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the big bog trotter stuff what was in log, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence.
But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, ain't it?
I don't think so. Not how that works.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no.
But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm going to do something for all them lot like me for the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Aww. Such a precious little snowflake.
Nothing, Barker.
Is this going to be a bailiff?
Mr. Lestrade. The prison carriage is all right, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yep. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Otto?
Yeah? Oh, you are going to shoot me. Good thing I have 10 minutes to run away. What? What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I just drop a smoke bomb and run.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, here's another smoke grenade. Oh, the precious little snowflake. There. Thanks, Otto. Oh, she's crying and everything. Thank you for everything, what you done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Now off to jail with you. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. I guess I can put my hat back on now. The trial's done. Well, point the indomitable pickpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. Are they already reporting on this? It's a special edition, and the trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? It's not the alliteration I had in mind, but it'll do.
You should have shown it to Cheetah, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh, right. Totally forgot. How silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not this again.
Well, what do you say, Ryu? Holmesy?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention to listen to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Also, record rainfall for England? My God, it must be Noah's flood out there. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Holmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I know, the great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. I just blackmail everybody. That's how I get things done in this city. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Might come back to bite you in the ass.
Well, what are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Time for another drink of my almost cold coffee. Voice acting for 6 hours. Almost. Gonna be. Because this ain't gonna be short. Well, that took somewhat longer than I'd anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Suzuto, where are you? You shouldn't be hard to spot. Yep, there she is. Kind of conspicuous in that outfit. Looks like she's reading something. Yell at her. What the heck? What are you doing that for? Miss Suzuto, wait, what are you doing? Oh, we missed you. We haven't seen you since last week.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well, since she was acquitted. Oh, she's happy. Surrounded by precious little snowflakes.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Do I get speaking options? It seemed like we were going that way.
The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Suzuto-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the people, Miss Suzato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
I was wondering that myself.
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Holmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she?
Oh, you pickpocketed it. How the hell did you pickpocket something that size?
To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Ryu's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-matic. So I put it up my sleeve.
Well, okay, you've got some impressive sleeves, so maybe.
Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Wandenberg's shop with it later that night.
How did you forget that that was up your sleeve? I call BS.
And then...
That's a reasonable explanation, but still. I have several questions.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had led the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flap-o-matic to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Holmesy's red-handed recorder. Who the hell is Hurley? I don't know.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier,
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would have been the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Holmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susanoo decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susanoo.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied to the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implement Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susanoo, what you did saved Gina's life.
I still messed with the crime scene, though. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me, too, from my regrets. Oh.
Still messed with the crime scene, though. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Even though she's still in jail. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Here it comes. Here comes the big mystery for the second game. Here's what I'm wondering about what the hell this is going to amount to. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pay problem, I assure you. Uh-oh.
Asogi.
Asogi?
What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that one mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. Dun 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 dun. Here comes that music. Yeah, dun 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 dun.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
That's the part where she was just quiet and contemplating.
I'm just processing stuff. I'm like a Vulcan.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
Is there a Morse code version of the hiragana? I'd be kind of curious.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
Hiragana? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Suzuto, it's in your book, isn't it? Just like everything else in existence.
Iris, would you let me see that?
Miss Suzuto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Until we get iPhones.
But I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Shut up. Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
See, it is in your book.
But what can this possibly mean?
Guys, what does the message say? Uh-oh, what's happening? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes has made the color drain from Suzuto-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? Mystery number one. Why the hell would they do that?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi? Why? Why was his name on that disc?
I guess I should be singing Asogi. Or Asogi? I don't know.
The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T.
Gregson. So Gregson in hiragana. Gregson? Ah, it would seem twice Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Miss Suzuto?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. This is me keeping you in suspense. The last name is J. Watson, not Wilson, Watson.
What? Wilson? Watson?
John H. Watson? You mean Daddy?
What do you know, Holmes? You're being quiet.
It only says J. Watson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4.
In the fan translation, it says the above 4. So this is a broken sentence. So that is all 4. That is all 4 what? That is all 4 members of the boy band we're trying to start up. That is all 4, I don't know. I've heard a couple of theories on this from some people who've been postulating stuff. One person said maybe it's a hit list, which might have some credence lent to it if we knew who Shin was. But if it is a hit list, we got some very serious questions for a certain Russian ballerina, because maybe that wasn't the accident we thought it was. I don't know. I'm not sure I believe that theory, but I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities here, and I really don't have any clues, and I'm really interested to see what the hell this message is about next game, because I'm assuming that question gets answered. But why is Kazuma's name on this? Who is Shin? Why Gregson of all people? I don't know. I can certainly see Giselle Brett being a hitman of sorts. That's certainly easy to imagine. Pavlova, not so much. Gregson's not dead. And Shin, well, who's Shin? Maybe Shin is dead. We don't know. We have no idea who he is.
And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. You couldn't put a few more letters in there?
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names, and one name I don't know. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Ryu came from? Oh, maybe. Could be. No, it's not very likely, really. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Watson, And there must be lots of J's among them.
Yeah, Professor John Watson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Kind of awkward. Don't really want to say. By the way, Suzuto, still waiting for how you knew about the Hound of the Baskervilles. That's another awkward conversation that we haven't had yet. Boy, lots of stuff to look forward to next game. Lots of really awkward conversations. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we won't play the second game. We'll just end it here. Honk. Honk honk. Miss Suzuto, get on board quickly. We are serving beef stroganoff.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so. This time don't eat the chicken.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
Sounds fun.
You're really going then, Susie?
Did they say why? Oh, yeah, because her dad's sick.
We wish you safe passage, Miss Suzuto.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Suzuto, I'd hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Oh. Why are you making me cry before I leave? I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise
About the book, right?
about your manuscript. Ah!
Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles, so we are going to have that conversation.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. Technically, no, we met during the first trial. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin for the Suzuto takedown. Don't do that here, because I'll end up in the water.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that.
After that, not before that?
It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight.
What do you mean thrown together? I got thrown. You just got to stand there. And no handcuffs either.
That you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Suzuto.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Good, because I still owe you 5 throws. Goodbye. Animated cutscene time, baby. I was about to say, maybe it's not that animated, but anyway.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
That cat's just going to be there from now on.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Dad, why does he have a sword?
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
You should be happy that armband was the only thing that got
sure there'll be
pickpocketed, man.
trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
One of Gina's friends is right behind you, ready to take that katana. Yoink!
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
So that's where the music's
After
coming
all,
from.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Da-na-na.
Well, that was almost a 6-hour stream. It probably will be by the time the credits roll and we see all the little comments from all the side characters. Because that's how this usually goes. Is that what's going to happen? Have we been here all night? It's daytime.
Oh yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Mr. Holmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. What about the foibles? I'm okay with blackmail now. Please no suing. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Oh. Excellent. Thanks a lot for that. Huh? Huh?
I lift my arms to back in cuffs again.
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sousa, though.
You love defending yourself in court. Look at this as another opportunity to, do the lawyer thing.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Holmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow down, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, I love you those words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Yes, yes, get it over with. The same word we end every game with.
Objection.
Yep. Can I go pee? Doom. Director, scenario planning.
Oh. We got a person? Yep, here we go.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. I'm really sorry I got these. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself and plumb forgot. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Holmes to solve an important case. Not technically lying, and the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Jojo pose.
I like how he ordered them all and then just forgot about it.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Helms usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Sizzy and a lovely Japanese breakfast. Come back and make me some rice balls. I love onigiri. I think that's what they're called.
No, I get to do my voice again, witness. Your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly! Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves.
Well, I just know his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom has no pace for your petty arguments. I don't even remember that other guy's voice, but, F it.
We're going to have beef stroganoff.
Oh, no.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while, but last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Yeah, and
I've done nothing wrong. I knew it was going to be Saseki. Offspring. Oh, you've got us some kittens? I'm not doing your voice again, man. You're like 5 different voices all cranked up to 11. You just stand there and cry. Feed those kittens some beef stroganoff so they get nice and strong. Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I'm still thinking he might be the mastermind at the end of the day, because we still, there's always some mastermind-y person going on. He seems like he knows what the messages are, because he seemed like he knew something about what Kazuma was doing.
The latest Rance magazine is out in a minute again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Ha! Her ladyship puts me to shame.
I wonder how okay you're going to be. I mean, you've got to get punished somehow for what happened, but of course you're going to be in the next game because your name's on that disc. I wonder if you know that. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, so...
But visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Well, say, battling with those bodily stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man of the house is his own maid. I like putting on the uniform, too. I don't know, stirs something up in me. I think I might have awakened something.
Oh, yeah.
My roadie's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter, sir! I'm a better Bobby now, sir! Looking out for Londoners, they're dropping halfpennies on my lovely wife, sir!
Oh, Pat! Oh, Rowley! How come our voices are completely different?
I don't know, he doesn't remember them.
Where's the Russians? We're missing those voices. Oh, okay. We got Gina.
Looks like I'm going to be here doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nana, so it ain't too boring. He's always going on about them cases what Holmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Yeah, I've had some minor spoilers about something that happens to her in the next game, and it's kind of neat. I'm looking forward to seeing it myself, but, man, I gotta stay off the YouTubes, because some people, they don't know how to make their thumbnails and their titles not be spoilery. Oh, and you're in here too. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time to hit the plan to come back of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right?
Oh, please do the dance together. Yep, here we go. Just go start a dance troupe. Jeez. I guess now we know why he does these funny dances. He picked it up from them. They all grew up together.
These are all criminal wiggles.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. Oh, look at her face. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
You're so much better than Maya. At least you haven't been charged with murder 5 times yet. What? We're not going to hear from the Russian dudes? How are you going to deny me my beef stroganoff?
Uh, 6 hours on the dot.
And that is a oh no, we're not even done. Well, we'll see if I want to stick around for this, but that is a finished part 1. That's kind of neat. I'm still wondering how Asogi's going to play into the next game, because we're not done with his story. We don't know what his mission was. Again, that's probably going to tie into why his name is on that disc. And then I wonder, is like, why is everyone else's? What is the relationship between those 4, and who would be the one to get that communication? I'm also interested in seeing Hosonaga again. I got the impression that he was just going to kind of be in disguise in every single case, like just hanging out somewhere in some weird, outfit, hanging out undercover in every trial, but he was only there for 2 cases, so I'm assuming we're going to see him again some more. Get lost, Giselle. I know Mikitoba there, Suzuto's dad. I've seen some shots. I'm not sure what's what, because I know there's little escapade episodes of this game where funnier other stuff happens, so I'm not sure what's, canon or not. But I know he's in the first case. Well, I won't spoil. But I think we revisit these guys too. I mean, we go heavy into the asset reuse. Yeah, there's Hosonaga again. Let's just see him 5 times once for his case, except he's not actually in the last 3. Yeah, next trial is going to be interesting. I've heard good things. I have yet to hear, all the reviews are positive, so I'm expecting good things. Some of the Ace Attorney games aren't fantastic, but even the bad ones are still pretty good. Ah, you're the reason Kazuma stopped back there. You suck. I mean, I feel bad for you, but still, you kind of did me dirty. Also, you might be an assassin. That's still on the table. If you are, got some real questions. So basically, we're recapping the game. Went through the first trial, end of the second trial. Now the 2 of us carry on together, except I get the sword. This is kind of nice. We'll let this play out. Where's Van Zeek's going to come up? Is he just going to be standing there 3 times? Also, I'm going to see if I can get that DLL set up. Like I said, there is a way to change the names back, which I'd like to do for the second game. So next game, it is actually going to be Holmes. It is actually going to be Watson. It is actually going to be, well, I don't know if we're going to see Cogsney there again as he appears in the background, flipping a guinea at me. Hey, Cogsney, how you doing? That's your real name. We know what you're called. So Cogsney McGundle. And of course, Holmes especially. And some of the other names kind of make sense too, like that dude's Strong Art's name. I forget what his name is proper, but... Why are we seeing you for the first time here? You were on the ship. I don't remember seeing you when we were walking past that area. I don't know. I feel like I want to play with the proper names. Oh, we just blew right through the Cogsney McGundle case, didn't we? Damn. Because we didn't meet Gregson until case 4. A bunch of cute couples in this case, and you, yeah. Married couple, Saseki-san and his cat. And then, technically we met Iris. Did we meet Iris in the 4th case? Yeah, I think we did. Van Zeeks hasn't even shown up yet. Here's our little troop. Let's see. Suzuto-san is the Maya. Holmes is basically the Larry. I don't know what... Iris can be the Pearls. Dance time. Stop. Skulking time. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Aw, happy Gina. Smoke grenade! I don't like awkward situations. Whenever I need to say goodbye, I just fill the room with smoke and I take off. That's one way to deal with awkward social situations. And that should be it. That's the end of the game, and you guys can stop walking now. The cases have been done for a while. Screen's just gonna stay blank. Yay. Oh, the point was cute. I like that. Finn. We done Finn, guys. Oh, next week, we start Resolve, which I'm really looking forward to. Again, I know a little bit about the first case. I know nothing beyond that. Oh, ain't that sweet. And we will end on that fade to black, sirs and madams. Whew. Good stuff. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. It has been a 6-hour stream. We will be doing more stuff the usual next week. More Terraria, more of this, something else on Wednesday, maybe transitioning into some horror stuff for October. But I'm going to sign off and get a bite to eat because I need to go to bed. Take care, and I will see you guys later.